Very good evening, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world. These are the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. This is the Temple of Speed. This is night one of week 3 of term 3 for 2026. This is Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5, coming to you from Monza in Italy. 30 minutes the journey for this race. Cars about to be lining up on the grid. Zach Capen alongside Adam Lavis with you in central commentary this evening. And then, of course, the second leg of the doubleheader takes us to Virginia International Raceway, and we're very much looking forward to checking out the AM split for the first time this season, with an asterisk next to that with regards to Waste Options GT3, the third of the 60-minute races there. We go sprint racing next week, of course. Wednesday and Thursday night, lock it in your diary. It's sprint racing all night long on both nights, and then, of course, on Friday, well, who knows? We might get here for GT1 if last week's any indication, but definitely we'll be here for the IndyCars as well. Circuit, 5 3/4 kilometres. You know it, you love it. It's one of our absolute favourites. It always produces great racing. Tonight will be no exception if everybody can avoid crashing into one another through the first few quarters. 29 degrees, 23 degrees the ambient, 32 on track, cloudy conditions, 71% humidity. And 8 km an hour winds, 10:50 local server time as we get ready to rock and roll. Championship points look like this after 2 rounds. Adam Funslow on 197, 181 for Alex Tzikis, 178 for Luke Brooker, and then Cameron Dance 167, Guy Leach 160, Thomas Sinner 143, Martin Davis 142, and Josh Nowak 138 points. Doug Gowans 136 and Aidan Luthwaite 131. Grid, Luke Brooker on pole position. There you go. Now, that's a little bit of a surprise. Keep an eye on what Luke's going to bring to the table tonight. Johnny Baddock's alongside him. Cameron Dance, Alex Tzikis, second row. Ronnie Jones is back on the grid. Have a look at that. And Adam Funslow is alongside him. Doug Gowans and David Baz from row 4. James Katera and Stephen Bull from 5. Travis Azzopardi, Guy Leach from 6. Adam Proctor, Martin Davis from 7. Thomas Sinner, John Baldwin from 8. Greg Heaney, Brett Bradbury from 9. Liam Amos and Joel Hansen from 10. Jonas Tegan, Eduardo Zamora, Chase Tippett, Tarek Alani and Kevin Wakefield make up the 25-car field. A few of them still to come into position, and maybe Jacob Miller as well. We'll wait and see. Just having a look, actually, to see who's down residing in race control for us tonight. Nobody. Boxed and ready to go. Monza, the Temple of Speed. Monday Night Motorsport on the back of the World Cup final this morning is the precursor to IndyCar from Nashville. Now, tomorrow morning, let's wait and see how this one unfolds. We've got a first-time pole sitter in Luke Brooker, and watch for Johnny Baddock on the inside as they run to turn 1. Jonas Tegan confirmed to be starting from the pits, 24 on the grid. 3, 4, 5, lights out, away we go at Monza. Cracking start up on the inside from Adam Proctor, trouble at the back. Massive wreck, we didn't even get to turn 1 and we got carnage already. Thomas Sinner and Greg Heaney caught up, carved up and on the tow rope. And more trouble at the back as they got to the chicane at the end of the main straight. Martin Davis in all sorts there. A heap of lap 1 complaints making their way in already. Have a look at this. Have a look at the damage. My goodness. Well, Adam Lavis, whatever the GT3s can muster up in the way of carnage at this quarter, and I'm talking about the real world, not the sim world. It looks as though Formula Renault 3.5 can only go out and match it or better it. Good evening to you. I'm glad we're in the commentary box and not out in that carnage. Have a look at the mechanical meatballs already.
That's what they're trying to beat the Formula V's Adelaide record. I don't think they quite got there. But
no, not yet.
They had a crack, though.
Thomas Sinner, Eduardo Zamora, Guy Leach, Travis Azzopardi, Greg Heaney, all on the tow rope on the opening lap. There is a compulsory splash and dash component to this race. It is 30 minutes long. We're looking north of 15 laps. It's not a 2-minute lap around here. Let's work out where these guys are based on time and then count back from there. Stephen Bull off the road. That'll be at the Ascari. Round onto the main straight. My goodness, there's been some trouble on that opening lap. 20 cars still out there circulating. Some of them better than others. Down the main straight we go. Luke Brooker, Johnny Baddock side by side. Cameron Dance has got Alex Tzikis for company, and Ryan Jones is just lurking there in the shadows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mechanical meatball flags. And Eduardo Zamora's already conceded defeat and parked up. I reckon that would have been the 9th. David Baz, James Katir, Adam Funslow, Stephen Bull, Martin Davis, all to pit lane. Kevin Wakefield, Adam Proctor, Liam Amos to follow. We've wiped out half the field and we've only gone 6 kilometres. I cannot wait to see the replays from all of that. Now, I mentioned it in the social media post on the GSRC broadcast page on Facebook. Stay tuned, post GT3. El Presidente quite happy with himself. Slid his first bit of legislation through successfully past the committee yesterday. Some changes coming to GT3. Greg Heaney here to reveal all after the broadcast tonight. We're looking forward to that. We were just talking, actually, I had your team boss in here a few moments ago. Miller Motorsport accidentally joined the session trying to spectate it. Was shocked seeing my name at the bottom. Yeah, so was I. You heard us go from 26 to 14th. What a start. Never mind, P12. Yep, he's on an absolute charge at the moment. RIP Liam Amos. Yeah, correct. Down in 19th spot. That's Alex Tzikis going out on the inside of Luke Brooker to the end of the second lap. Bannock's going to lead him back across the strike. That was Tzikis barely hanging on to it. He was sliding through the final quarter. That's going to invite Brooker back down on the inside. It's almost like we're watching Formula V here. Have a look at the charge from Ryan Jones down the inside. He wants 3 for the price of 1 and he'll get it. Gets by Brooker, Tzikis and Dance. They're late on the brakes on the run to turn 1. Tzikis goes around the outside. Jones brings it tough. Slides it out of turn 2, still has to reset and get by Tzikis, but he's moved up to 3rd. My goodness. Daniel, it's quite funny because I just had your fearless leader in the booth here having a chat with me before we got on air tonight. It was great to catch up with him. He's a little bit disappointed that he's got to stay up late, that I wasn't willing to give away any details with regards to that announcement we're making at the end of the broadcast tonight, with a view to what you'll be seeing on screen from, I believe, next week, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it was good to catch up with him, and your name did only come up once or twice. Where are we lap time wise? 1 minute 36. Oh God, it's always dicky when that's the case, isn't it? 1 minute 36, and I've just lost the timing screen for relevance there. So we're looking at 8 laps for 5 minutes. Am I reading that correctly? Because 1:36. Take the 6 seconds separately. 1 minute 30 times 5 is 7 minutes 30, and add the 5 times 6 on his 30 seconds. That's 8 minutes. So 5, 10, 15 laps to 24 minutes, and then obviously you got another possibly as many as 4 laps on the back of that, because we don't go 32 minutes, and we also have a splash and dash transit of the pit lane. So. Oh, yeah, probably looking at, with a little bit of overtime thrown in for good measure, probably looking at, what did I say, 15 to 24, 19 laps is probably your bingo number tonight. Down the inside, have a look at this. How good's this? Johnny Bannock has absolutely checked out. See you boys next Monday, he's saying already. Whoa, contact Alex Tzikis and Cameron Dance banging wheels. And Luke Brooker's going to take full advantage of that. Ryan Jones trying to break clear of this garbage. He wants to get out in pursuit of Johnny Bannock, who has checked out. 4.5 seconds to the good already, and the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 36.613. Oh dear. Now the reason we can get to 19 easily enough, folks, is because the 24 seconds carryover would actually be into overtime, and we can actually go as far as 90 seconds overtime with a lap time of 96 seconds. So easily 19 laps. It's just a matter of how much overtime we do. Down the back straight. So we won't get the full 20 because we don't go 32 minutes. We'll get 19. Have a look at the replay of all the garbage that unfolded off the start here, folks. There was a car slowly away further back. 3 to 1 doesn't go. Oh, Greg Heaney got hip and shouldered by one of his own teammates, I reckon. Dear, oh dear, let's have a look at this. Who was it that hip and shouldered him? It was a fellow Whiskey Business Racing entry, surely. Have a look at this.
No,
Bang.
that's Brett Bradbury.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Brett. Oh, that's a nice change of role for Brett Bradbury. Last week he was the one getting pole-axed and carved up, and he had a week out to recover from all of that. And now this week he's the one doing the hipping and shouldering. But that looks like a serious change of colour for Brett. Miller Motorsport asking, how did Liam Amos die? I think turn 1 is the answer. We had 3 cars not make it to turn 1. We had 5 or 6 caught up at turn 1. The amount of cars that stopped on the opening lap is exorbitant. This is what happened to Greg Heaney, second time through. Okay, copy that. So these are the guys that are slowly but surely... Oh, actually, that's a good point, Adam. Yes, timing's frozen completely. Well picked up. Just bear with us, folks. Not for the first time this season. We're battling through a couple of technical gremlins.
Oh, yeah. SDK Semi. SDK Semi.
Sorry, what was that last?
SDK sent me a beta version to test out the team's names glitch, but clearly it has more glitches than that, so I've switched back to the regular version.
Copy that. Is that going to cock up our relative with regards to positions gained and lost?
No idea.
Okay, copy that. Oh, it's never dull. It's never dull. There's never a dull moment here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Now, if you haven't caught up with the motorsport news, of course, a lot of promise shown from SVG on the Oval this morning at North Wilkesboro in the NASCAR Cup Series return to that famous venue for points paying purposes at least. And we've now got all eyes on IndyCar tomorrow morning, not this morning. We were supposed to go racing after the World Cup final, which... Christ, how long did that drag out with old pre-game entertainment and mid-game entertainment and Trumpy not getting off the stage as he's handed out the bloody trophy? Yeah, quite an interesting sort of array of events there. Then it went to extra time. So all of that didn't go well for IndyCar with rain coming in. Just as they were getting the track to the point of being able to get it ready to go racing, all of a sudden another huge band of rain passes through. And they're postponed till 5 a.m. Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't have seen that much clear air in his sim racing career, I wouldn't imagine, Daniel Snedden. But it's going to be an early start tomorrow morning. It was supposed to be a 7:30, 8 a.m. start this morning for the IndyCar race from Nashville. It's now 5 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Western, 7 a.m. New Zealand time. Tomorrow morning, 3 p.m. on the American East Coast and 12 p.m. Pacific time on Fox. Sky Sport in New Zealand, Stan Sport in Australia. Tune in if you can. Although that being said, I'm not sure I can cop one more big overnight run. I've done that many all-nighters recently and had that little sleep. I think I might have to watch the highlights on Stan tomorrow afternoon. Off we go. Now, because we're without graphics at the moment, we're just going to make it up as we go along here. I've got no idea of who's who in the zoo quite now, but that's all right. I didn't hear any of that, Adam. Copy. And, of course, he was fighting with Luke Brooker and Cameron Dance. And Alex Tzikis is the Red Bull entry. I know that much. So good to set the Logitech G entry out there. Cameron's been a regular here in the Formula Renault 3.5 so far this term. Won the sprint race last week. Of course, the feature was won by Phil Shepherd. We don't have Shep on the grid tonight as they make their way down towards the parabolica. Thank you, Seddon. Well, I knew you'd be here all in on Johnny Bannock, parochially bleeding RER as you do, quite rightly so. Across the start-finish line we go. So the interesting thing for mine is the top half of the field's already committed a pit stop, completed a pit stop. They've already ticked that box. Here comes Jonesy going the inside dance. And I've got absolutely nothing to do with it, Thorne. Absolutely nothing to do with it. But we are looking forward to seeing GT3 AM on broadcast tonight. Pro-Am, of course, will results after the fact. So too Social Club, so too Pro. All the results coming your way at the end of the broadcast from all... Oh, no, big trouble. Massive trouble. Car in the wall, another one in the casualty ward. Wow, look at that. Kevin Wakefield, no stranger to getting crunched up in all of that. Will Buchanan just asking for someone to mute his team. Don't worry. I have it on good authority that there's a faster way of achieving that than going via the YouTube route. I just have to slide one into the team boss's inbox and say, listen, pipe him down. Ryan Jones, we're on board with. Oh, geez, big moment there for Jones. He did well to catch it, but he loses 3 spots in the process, make it 4. Trouble for Ryan Jones. Race leader, well out in front as you can see. Someone mute Snetto, how good. Go the Cows. Is that a reference into the Cowboys and Dolphins from yesterday, Snetto? Isaac Curtis, who was so good last Thursday night in the Porsches, of course. It was great to see him out there tearing it up. He's chiming in. It's now all of a sudden become a pylon on Snetto. But yes, no, it's one of those things. I've been reliably informed that if I ever need Snetto to wind it back a bit, I just go straight to the team boss. I just go straight to him. We do have some relative data coming back in for you from the Monza circuit in Italy, and it looks as though we haven't lost any of the relative, so to speak. To a point, we have lost a little bit of it. Adam Proctor and Kevin Wakefield showing on pit lane at the moment. Banak leads from Dance to Zikas, Brooker and Gowans, the top 5. So Dougie's made an all right start in all of that. Jones with that mistake has dropped to 6th. Baldwin, Bradbury, Hanson and Deggan, the top 10, as they make their way down the back straight one more time. 14 minutes gone, just like that. Thanks for flying blind with me, ladies and gentlemen. No, that is very true. That is very true. It was disappointing to see such carnage at turn 1. Did wipe quite a few people out of it. But it does happen, doesn't it? That's racing sometimes. So Tippett, Funslow, Zamora, Sinner and Miller. Of course, Miller meant to jump in there as a spectator and got the shock of his life when he's going to sit there on the totem pole doing absolutely nothing for 30 minutes. But then again, he's in good company with those that have already retired. They're not going to do anything on that totem pole either. Down the main straight, Danson to Zikas. Oh, hang on. What's happened there? Yeah. Alex has had an off-track moment, has he? No, he's gone ahead of Dance and Brooker. I didn't see the move, though. I was looking at the leaderboard. Our race leader has gone to the pit lane. Johnny Bannock in and out at the end of lap 9 in 8.32 seconds. Dance back down on the inside of Tsitsikas. Tsitsikas was impressive last week, and he's backing up that showing again. But now he's under pressure from Jones and Gowans and Brooker. Jones has got through on Gowans, back up into 4th place. But this is all the battle for effective second on corrected order because Bannock's gone to pit lane. So Tsitsikas was 4th in that train a couple of laps ago. The mistake from Jones, plus he's also managed to work his way by Brooker. It's been a nice little recovery. He was past Dance momentarily. Now we'll have a look at David Baz and Stephen Bull on the comeback trail. Now, what on earth happened to Stephen Bull on the opening lap? He had an off-track moment, I think, down at the Ascari, Adam Lavis, away from all of... Oh, no, more trouble. This time it's Martin Davis. Away from all that kerfuffle at turn 1 and 2, and there pointing backwards is Jonas Deggan, and he was having an okay run as well, but now he's dropped outside the top 10. Let's have a look at this. And caught the curb. That'll do it every day of the week. In goes Cameron Dance now, so the leaders aren't going a case of monkey see, monkey do, Adam. They're all playing to the beat of their own drum, it would seem, and Greg Heaney off the road, and that ruins his night. I mean, it had already been a night to forget before he even got to turn 1, but this is how it ends for Greg Heaney. Oh dear. The rear end snaps on him and sends him hard right into the wall and makes an absolute meal of that car. Does its level best to turn him into a canoe. Ryan Jones down the inside of Alex Tsitsikas. Here we go. The gloves are off. This is an awesome scrap. It's a shame it's for second. Let's be perfectly honest and abundantly clear on that. It is for second on corrected order. Because, wide goes Luke Brooker. That ruins his charge. And it had been going so well for him up until then as well. Stephen Bull, Jonas Degen, Tarek Alani, all to pit lane. Johnny Bannack is in a different postcode relative to these guys. That's why it's the battle for second. He got away. He got clear. They weren't able to go with him. And the price they pay is the fact that they'll be playing for the minors. Battling for second and third for the balance of the night. Ryan Jones has found his way to the head of that train. Alex Tzikis, Dougie Gowans. Here comes Gowans down on the inside of Tzikis to the Parabolica. Nice. Now, are they coming in this time by or next? We reckon, what we say, 19 laps is what we had circled on our bingo card. Ryan Jones and Alex Tzikis to pit lane at the end of lap 11, and Dougie Gowans goes on for another lap. Luke Brooker comes in as well, and they're all going to come out well behind Johnny Bannack, you would suspect. Cameron Dance relative to Johnny Bannack, it's 4 seconds. Make a note of that, it's 4 seconds. So that's who they're actually racing. Cameron Dance, they want to come out in relative to him. Oh, nice jump, nice jump. Jones to Tzikis, Brooker, they all leave. Line astern, and Jones leads the train. Brooker gets left behind.
So, Cameron...
The consequence of that mistake earlier, Adam.
Yeah, so I think there's a few guys here who have taken tyres. So the 7 and 8 second stops have taken tyres. The 5 second stops haven't. So there's a little bit of different strats going on here with the grip.
How good. It's a big night. As I say, VIR, the next venue on the GT3 tour. We go there next. 8:30 the start time of that 60-minute feature, which we are bringing you from the AM split this week for the first time this season. We'll see some, I think we see Pro-Am in the next couple of weeks, and also the Social Club as well.
Yeah, they're both next week with the sprint round.
First of the sprint rounds next week. I'm looking forward to that. Actually, speaking of which, it's sprint racing here next week as well. Off to the Red Bull Ring, ladies and gentlemen, for Monday Night Motorsport. Red Bull Ring, Austria, Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit, Australia. The doubleheader agenda next Monday night. Now, here down on the inside, Ryan Jones under pressure. Ryan Jones under real pressure from Alex Tzikis, but Jones holds on for now. Baldwin and Bradbury to pit lane. Cameron Dance. Oh, round goes Jonesy! Snap and gone. Out of it. He won't be able to drive that one away. Jones on the tow rope and the race is run. Dougie Gowans is the one that's leading the way and running the gauntlet. He's gone long. He's gone longer than anybody else. He's on his 13th lap of this stint. Only 6 to go this time by the line. And Jonesy, a little bit too friendly from the throttle. Was he? No, it's a weird one. That's a really weird spin because it looked as though he'd got up to speed and the car all of a sudden not happy at him.
Yeah, as we've been saying, this is one of those tricky up-and-wheelers where it has a lot of grip until it doesn't, especially with the rear end. So if you do lean too hard in that rear, it's going to snap on you. And unfortunately for Jonesy, he's found that limit.
He's not going to be happy with that, and it's really unfortunate for him too. He's parked up and done. Kevin Wakefield, the last of the running cars at the moment. We are down to 18, 17 actually now, ladies and gentlemen, with the demise of Jones. Extraordinary. Really, that we've had such high attrition here, and 6 laps to go as Doug Gowans comes to pit lane. So that'll cleanse the field with the exception of David Baz. But Baz isn't in the competition. He's not in the contest at the moment. He'll drop down the order well behind, I'd say, Brett Bradbury and possibly James Katia as well, down to 9th or at worst 8th. Across the start-finish line, Johnny Bannack makes light work of Dougie Gowans and continues to lead this race. Margin out to 4.3. So that incident with Ryan Jones, he's used to that in Porsches, but not in Renaults. Renault's doing Porsche things on a Monday night, pirouetting through the Parabolica, and unfortunately that light contact with the wall enough to rub Jones out of it. would have needed a fast repeat, would have needed a pit stop. And once you're transiting the line any more than once in a 30-minute race, you're self-invoicing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this car has the same perk as the Indy car, but it looked like initially we saw his wheel fall off, but then it reattached once the net code caught up, so it was mainly front wing damage. So there is a thing with the Indy car where if you don't use your fast repair, it just does a 5-second repair to change the wing. So but this is being an older car, maybe this comes out in the future, so he may have needed a bit longer to fix that if he went to pits, but it would have been drivable back to pits, but obviously he would have lost plenty of time in doing so. And he's already in the comment section.
Yep, first time driving the car tonight, scary old beast. Hopefully not the last, Jonesy. Good to see you out there, mate. Always welcome to swing by and actually pass those comments, feedback on the car on in person if you like, into our broadcast booth here. If memory serves, I know you do a fair bit of media work, and there's another big event coming up this week. So if you are heading towards the top end, mate, safe travels, safe trip. Enjoy the Speed Series up in the NT. I feel sorry for the NT though. I mean, they've got the Speed Series this year, and the calendars have already come out for next year, and they're like, oh, we're nowhere to be seen. So they're obviously either only doing it once, or there's going to be another event to be confirmed at a later point in time once they see how this year's is received. But I get it. It's a very long trek to the middle of nowhere to go and race up at the beautiful Hidden Valley Raceway. 6:15 to go, which this time by the line will be 4 laps for Johnny Banach. The field is cleansed. David Bads does come out behind James Gattia. And Joel Hansen and Stephen Bull. He's going to be outside the top 10. GT3 from VIR still to come tonight. 4-week of sprint racing ahead. We're very excited about that. On Wednesday night, sprint racing from Road America for the BMWs. The Chicago Street Circuit again for the supercars. We've already been there once with them this year, just not this season. Then on Thursday night, oh, geez. This one whets the appetite quite nicely. We've got the Porsches coming up from Watkins Glen from the boot there for 2 sprint races, and before that, the V's from Donington National. And it was fireworks and carnage aplenty last time we saw them in action at Donington Park, but nothing tops Adelaide, of course. Joel Hansen holding on to a top 10 spot at the moment. We've got David Baz in pursuit. And we've got 5 minutes to go. On a day in which we're feeling a little bit, I guess, flat, a little bit fatigued, because that adrenaline we've all been running on for the last few weeks with the FIFA World Cup, slowly but surely evaporating with the tournament now over, and hopefully with it as well the end of hydration breaks. And hopefully between now and 2030 they'll have gone back to the drawing board and tweaked the IR a little bit too. Great effort from the Aussies to make the round of 32, should have made the round of 16. Dougie Gowan's off the road. So Gowans drops off the road and now falls back into the clutches of Luke Brooker. David Baz to the inside to the top 10 at the expense of Joel Hansen. So the Wild Ride Motorsport entry now sits 11th. Brilliant performance from Johnny Banach. 3 laps to go at the line. Alex Dzika's fastest lap of the race, not giving up yet. 1:36.049. I was hoping for a better race than this, Adam. I'm not liking the way in which they've fanned out, spread out. It's a bit stale and processional towards the front, with Banach 5 seconds clear of Dance, Dance 6 seconds clear of Tzikis, and Tzikis nearly 4 seconds now ahead of Dougie Gowans.
It's a bit unfortunate with the way it's spread out with that instant start of the race. We'll see that again on the my post-race show, but yeah, unfortunately, just spread out a little bit, and then also our lead group kept us going for a while, but they've also had come to the blows, so just spread out a little bit. There is still a couple of little battles here and there.
Indeed there is. Indeed there is. Now I'm going to get in early here. Friday night, we may be with you for GT1 like we were last week. That was unexpected. 2 minutes notice I think I had. to get on air that was happening. So we may have that again. That's a floating proposition week in, week out. But then we've got to also talk about the fact that we've got IndyCar live from Barber Motorsport Park Friday night. Here's James Katia and Stephen Bull side by side. And it remains that way. Bull holds on for now. But then I've got a 4:30 alarm Saturday morning. I've got to be at the airport at 6 a.m. to fly to Sydney at 7:30. I'm off to Sydney Illawarra Kart Club, the old North Shore Kart Club, for those of you that are wanting a geographical sort of reference there. At the back of Sydney Motorsport Park, the Eastern Creek area of Sydney. We are racing round 5 of the... Is it round 5? Or is it round... It is round 5. Round 5 of the Dunlop Kart Stars Series down there this weekend. Only 2 to go, 1 in September. Whoa, trouble, wild ride, Stephen Bull! And David Baz took very nice evasive action. My goodness. Couple of incidents there on replay for you. But that's a hell of a save from Stephen Bull. And a very, very good bit of work from David Baz to get through unscathed. James Katia drops to 10th spot. Bull up to 8th, and he just logged the fastest lap of the race as well, 1:35.907. Banach will see the white flag this time by the line to commence the final lap of the race. And David Baz now... Whoa, more trouble. Jeez, dust being kicked up everywhere at the moment. Down onto the main straight we go. Have a look at him. Have a look at him lining up, circling. Bull, Katia. Bull to the outside, Katia to the inside, defending. Now he moves back to the outside. Suffice to say, to finish the point, yes, we've got qualifying on the Saturday afternoon, 4 heats on Sunday. If you want to get along to the Sydney Illawarra Kart Club to join in the fun of the fair, come and say good day to us. I'll be out there all day, all afternoon Saturday, all day Sunday, and looking forward to your company for that. And we'll have live coverage on Facebook as well. So some big karting coming up this weekend, and then I'm on an early morning flight on Monday to come back up to the commentary base here in Ipswich to bring you Monday Night Motorsport once more. Have a look at the dirt on Stephen Bull's tyres. He's trying to scrub them off, and also getting by James Katia in the process. Back to 9th. Case of what might have been for Stephen Bull, Adam. 2 mistakes from him throughout the course of this race. And he also is like Jonesy, just struggling to get a grip of these Formula Renault 3.5s to this point of the campaign, but we'll hopefully see him make a spirited push for a race win here and there, maybe some sort of contest in the point stakes as well at the end of the season, but that'll depend on whether he's here regularly or not. Off track goes Kevin Wakefield again. Meanwhile, Johnny Banach is half a lap from home, and this battle, ladies and gentlemen, is for 9th and 10th. And that car behind James Katia, I don't think is in this battle. Yeah, it's Guy Leach who's a lap down. I was just trying to get the relative there, and I was like, hang on, that's not Joel and Hansen. He's the next car back. So Leach will just have to sit there and not impede on this battle, because Katia is still a very slim chance of going with Stephen Bull and overturning that 10th place into a 9th. In the meantime, that's what happened to Kevin Wakefield. But yeah, if you're in Sydney and want to come and watch some karting, I'd love to see you. In the meantime, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Versatile. He commentates, he races, doesn't matter whether it's an open wheel or a tin top, he does it well. And that's a nice little breakthrough victory in Formula Renault 3.5, with thanks to Waste Options for the RER stable entry that is Johnny Banach. He's got the job done on a Monday night. Banach is victorious from Cameron Dance, winning margin 6.7. That's not defeat for anybody. That's a drubbing that they've absolutely been smashed. That's no small victory. That is a crushing defeat. Massive, massive performance from Johnny Banach. Cameron Dance, Alex Zizikas, Doug Gowans and Luke Brook are the top 5. Then back to John Baldwin, Brett Bradbury. Good result, good return for Brett Bradbury in 7th. David Baz, Stephen Ball and James Katia make up the top 10. Joel Hanson's going to come home 11th. Jonas Deggan, Tarek Alani. And Tarek's still got to get there. He's got Liam Amos trying to reel him in on the final lap. Through the final sector they come. This is for 14th and 15th. Oh, sorry, 13th and 14th, I should say. Guy Leach has come home in 15th, a lap down. Kevin Wakefield, 16th, 2 laps down. Martin Davis, 7th, 2 laps down. Ryan Jones and everybody beyond that listed as a big fat DNF, unfortunately. Across the line we go. Job done, well played. Tarek Alani holds off Liam Amos. Oh boy, spicy. Ruined by the start, unfortunately. You wiped too many people out on the opening lap, and that's the result. But I'm very pleased for Johnny Bannack. That's a great result for him. I mean, we so regularly have associated him with the supercars in the recent past. Now we're seeing him in an open wheeler, and if he can bring performances like that with him to the table every week, he'll be a championship contender in no time as well. And as I have a look at the standings, Adam Lavis, coming into tonight, a race win for Aidan Luthwaite, a race win for Cameron Dance, a race win for Dylan Shepherd, and now a race win for Johnny Bannack as well. 3 rounds, 4 races, 4 different race winners to start this season. And we have 3 different round winners already because it was a joint tie last week between Adam Funslow and Cameron Dance. Adam, of course, finishing 2nd and 3rd last week and getting 98 on points. Along with Cameron Dance, who got a 1st and a 5th. And Bannack winning makes him the 4th different race winner of the season. Funslow's burned a drop round. There's no doubt about that, having not made it through the first lap. About time John Baldwin and I had some luck, says Brett Bradbury. I absolutely agree. Wholeheartedly agree with you, mate. Nice to see you back out there too after taking a week off to reset. Oh, the garbage happened both before the braking zone, in the braking zone, and through the 2 corners at the end of the main straight, the chicane. Left and right, everywhere you looked, there was trouble. There were broken front and rear wings. There were cars getting absolutely demolished. Oh my goodness, have a look at this. Great stuff. Really good stuff for Johnny Bannack. I'm so pleased for him, but have a look at this. Everybody just getting checked up. Bang, bang, bang. And some are able to get on the anchors quicker than others, Adam Lavis.
Yeah, indeed. There's a few things going on here.
Oh, yeah. A few things going on indeed. So we'll let you have a look at the highlights there, ladies and gentlemen, and cast your eye over all of that. And Stephen Ball, yeah, absolutely. After turn 1, you were driving a Formula Ford, mate. And not long after that, you had a couple of canoes around you as well. Yes, once we got through the carnage and the garbage, we saw some really good stuff, particularly in that battle for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Although, that being said, it wasn't a battle for 1st for long, because old mate Bannack here, who's slid into the commentary box to say hello to us, along with Alex Ziggers, he just checked out. He just absolutely gave it some jandle, plucked it into the 3rd, off you go. And did not look back. And that was the key to setting the race up for you, Johnny. Well done. Good evening to you. Welcome back. Great to have you here. I mean, it was very key, very vitally important for you to break clear of that chasing pack, because there were no slouches in that chasing pack. But once you left them to squabble for themselves, the world was your oyster, mate. Well done.
No, thanks, Sec. Yeah, you pretty much summarised my race perfectly. It was a little bit of luck involved with, I don't know what happened to Brooker on the first lap. He just seemed a little bit slow on the straights, so I wasn't using my DRS or anything. And yeah, once I broke clear of him, the boys were very kind to have a party behind me, and then that allowed me to, run off into the distance. But yeah, definitely someone like Dance and Tazika still pretty quick. I was a little lucky that I had that gap, because I don't think Dance took tyres in the pit stop, whereas I did, so hence why I had a bit of a longer pit stop, I think by like over 3 seconds. So after that I was just trying to maintain the rear tyres, because the temps were a bit hotter compared to practice and quali. So once I was able to do that and bring it home, it was pretty easy.
was interesting, though, because you mentioned about Luke Brooker. Yeah, it looked as though he lost some pace there on the opening lap, but I'll guarantee you one thing. He won't have been having a sook about it like old mate George Russell throwing the toys out of the cot last night.
No, I haven't really spoken to Brooker yet, but I think he has more dignity than George Russell. That's just my personal opinion. At least he can accept the loss without blaming anything else, unlike Russell.
I must admit, I was quietly cheering for the downfall last night when it happened. It's just a shame Lewis didn't go with him. And secondly, when I woke up this morning and heard that the audio got leaked out during the German broadcast, yes, I had no sympathy whatsoever. I was like, fair dinkum. Just an absolute sook. But anyway, we've just lost the feed. But we're still on air, so we'll press on, and you can enjoy our intermission holding pattern screen there for the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Johnny, what are your initial impressions of this car, mate? Because as I say, that's a breakthrough result for you. It's you're the fourth different race winner of the season in one that's fast becoming very hard to predict and work out what's going to go on in any given week.
I actually have never driven the car until last Saturday, but I did put in some time to get used to it, and I actually enjoy the challenge of the car. Like, it's very, very sensitive on the rear with the throttle application, which is a nice challenge, a bit like the supercars in that way. But yeah, just really having to toy around with some of the settings in the car to make it, more drivable I think that was kind of a big key of my success tonight. But also a lot of it was the luck with the party behind. So far I like the car. I'll try and if I make it after work, I'll definitely give it a go on Monday nights, and we'll go from there.
Indeed, mate. Now, talk to me about the rest of it here as well, because it's quite interesting when we look at the... Hang on, Liam Amos, anyone having UII problem? Well, actually, it's funny, isn't it? But I'm noticing through everything that's coming through on Discord, the enormity, right? There's more and more people in any given week just talking about having little tech issues and gremlins here and there. I'm starting to hope that it's an iRacing issue, not everybody's computer's carking it for the season. It's too early in the campaign. It's interesting to hear you say that, though, Johnny, like arrive and drive within 36, 48 hours of picking up the car, having a steer of it, and you've smashed the competition by 5 seconds, mate. It's an extraordinary result. Let me ask you a two-part question here. The reason for the absence the last 2 weeks, was it time constraints that denied you the opportunity to come and have a steer with us? And what does it mean for the rest of the campaign? Now that you've got the fire in the belly, now that you've got a result on the board, are we going to see you come back and mount a challenge on a more regular basis?
Yeah, just with the absence, just been life stuff going on, nothing serious, thank God, but just way too busy for me to sit down and actually enjoy practicing the sim. I wouldn't really call tonight arrive and drive. Like, yeah, I did only buy the car a couple of days ago, but I did put in quite a few hours because I was really keen to give the car a go. It was pretty fun and something new. But so far, some of the busy stuff has cleared up, so I'll try my best to make it. It's just really dependent on work and what time I get out of there. Sometimes the boss sends me an email at 5 to 5, and I can't really, do anything but stay back, and that's what kind of really hinders my chances of showing up. But so far, for my first attempt, we've been okay, so we'll see how we go. But I would like to try and keep it up and show up every Monday. It's a fun car to drive.
There's two things here, right? So I'm thinking either A, maybe ask to work from home on a Monday, or B, maybe ask the boss to clear some office space so you can take the sim rig in.
They're actually property developers, so there is that option, but I'm not that valuable of an asset within the company yet, so I won't be asking for such a request. But yeah, the flexibility of work from home and stuff isn't really the best within the company, but they're good people, so I'm enjoying it, so I can't complain too much. But I just got to try and fit in the sim around work. I can't really prioritize the sim all the time, unfortunately, even as much as I'd love to.
Well, that's exactly right, mate. You mentioned it being a good car to drive. I mean, just for the benefit of everybody at home, you'll notice that we've had a couple of tech issues there throughout the course of that race from Monza. So you are watching the highlights from last week's sprint round, the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. So obviously work is going to play its part in determining where else you're available to jump in and either have a chat with us in the comm box, because we really enjoyed that when we got to do that a while ago. or when you might be going racing as well, mate. But with regards to the Formula Renault, let me ask you specifically about that calendar, and then we'll talk about everything else. The Red Bull Ring, the Nürburgring, then we go to Silverstone, Circuit de Jerez, COTA. Although that being said, I prefer the other acronym with the same letters, but I can't actually repeat what that means on air. You've got to switch a couple of letters around and you get an acronym that is not dissimilar. It has a synonym of jacket, if you know what I'm saying. Hungaroring and also the Suzuka International Racing Course. Of those tracks, what are you liking? What are you not liking?
I've never driven Jerez before, I think, but I do love the Red Bull Ring. But there's a number of tracks on there which I think will be very close in terms of pace, especially amongst the top boys like Tzidkas and Dance. And I don't know what happened to Jonesy, but yeah, there's definitely going to be a few boys up there.
He went on a slip and slide.
That's
that's
unfortunate. But yeah, I like the sound of the calendar. Jerez is probably going to be the one track I'm not too fond of, and also COTA. I've driven the track like 100 times, but just don't like the flow of it. It's just not my cup of tea. But yeah, we'll give it a go, and yeah, just put the practice in when I can, and just hope I turn up and be good enough to repeat tonight. If not, I'll just settle for the best I can do.
And where else might we see you pop up throughout the week, mate? I mean, obviously, you know, we're loving what you're bringing to the table in Formula Renault 3.5, but we're no stranger to seeing you in some of our other offerings as well, specifically the supercars. Where else are you going to turn up and have a steer when time permits?
The IndyCar, the Road to IndyCar series does tickle my fancy quite a bit. Just not the ovals. I hate just turning left for 90 minutes, so I'll definitely like to do some of the street circuits. I was a bit annoyed because I thought it was the Dallara IL-15, the one below the main IndyCar for the first week at St. Petersburg, but then it turns out it was the main one. So yeah, I was a bit sad I missed out on that. I only realised when I turned on the broadcast to just have a geeze, and yeah. But I reckon the IndyCar series if I can, and I don't know, maybe a GT3 race or a P Cup race, just depending on my week, and yeah, it's just going to be on a week-to-week basis, but hopefully the Formula Renault stays as a staple and I can continue to show up for that.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because there'll be a few people envying you tonight, the fact that you've been able to wrap your head around it so quickly. There are others who are open wheel specialists that are still not there yet, but you've obviously found a car that agrees with you and the way you go about your business.
I think tonight was a number of circumstances which turned in my favour. I would not count out someone like Dance or Tzidkas or any of the top boys from giving me a headache or even demolishing me in the following races if I show up. I would not be surprised at that. Yeah, I don't think they're jealous one bit. I just think they realise as well that it was a little bit of luck on my side and I was just able to capitalise and maintain and bring it home.
All right, very nicely done. Any chance we're going to see you jump in and have a steer around VIR, or are you done for the night?
I'm not a big fan of VIR, unfortunately. I don't know if that's blasphemy or not. It's just that track does not agree with me. But I'll definitely give it a watch on the broadcast for the boys, and yeah, good luck to them as well. And yeah, no, thanks for having us, and congratulations to Tzidkas and Dance, and thank God you guys weren't quick enough to catch me and also mud around with each other. That was the biggest aspect, but yeah.
Oh, actually, it's amazing, isn't it? So, firstly, your RER teammates have been in the comment section and absolutely cheering you on. Don't worry about that. But secondly, when you look at how that all played out, it was very Formula V-esque there in the early stages, but it's amazing how much time can be lost when everybody starts squabbling, and you are the exception to the rule, and you actually end up being the one that they're wanting to chase, they're trying to reel in, but they end up doing themselves a mischief and they're not able to do so. I mean, you've obviously highlighted that was the biggest key aspect, component to your success tonight. Surely you would have backed yourself in a positional battle, though, had you been embroiled in one.
Yeah, I back myself, but the cars are tricky to drive, particularly on the exits of corners, and at a track like Monza it just amplifies that effect even more with the exits being so critical. And like I was saying before, the track temp was a lot higher than practice, so really I might have a theory as to why Brooker was a bit slower off the start. I think he was just really looking after the tyres. because I realised halfway through the first stint the rears were going away quite a bit, and I really had to kind of gather it up a couple of times. But yeah, it's just mainly managing. So.
All right, mate. Very nicely done. Congratulations to you. Nice to see you back on the grid. And what about that, eh? Arrive and straight to the top of the summit. Very well done. Hopefully more of that to come throughout the course of the season. We haven't had a repeat winner yet. So if we see you next week at the Red Bull Ring, maybe you'll be able to buck that trend. Who would you like to thank?
I'd just like to thank the boys at Shieldcoat, AITX, Sudspeed and Kibby, just for supporting the team. Unfortunately, we didn't have a livery on tonight. If Brooks is kind enough, maybe he'll make me one for the car. But,
I am reliably informed, yes. I had your fearless leader slide into the commentary box for chat before we went on air, mate. He says that it's in the queue. It's in the midst of being processed for you. So don't worry about that. I reckon you'll have it by next week, especially now you're a race winner.
Oh no, Brooksy always looks after us with all the cars, so yeah, I don't doubt he will get it to me within a timely manner. Not that I'm expecting it, but yeah, he's a busy bloke, and yeah, we appreciate all he does, and just thank you for him and the team and all the sponsors, and congratulations to the other podium finishers.
Yeah, I was going to say he's been kept rather more busier than usual in recent weeks with those changes that have happened within the RER stable, of course. And Coach Shield. So, yeah, it's great to see that everything's going along there quite nicely. Hey, well done, mate. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Take it easy, boys.
All right, from Johnny Bannack to Alex Zikas, who is becoming a regular here in the post-race show. And rightly so. We're seeing some really good stuff from you, mate. I mean, as Johnny said, the key to his success was breaking clear of that chasing pack, of which you were one of. You got caught up in a fair, good old tussle with Brooker and Dougie Gowans and Ryan Jones and Cameron Dance, and held your own in parts as well.
Yeah, it's my battle tonight, and it was very fun battling with the boys. Ryan, Doug and Brooker made the race challenging tonight and hard to work for.
Do you prefer situations like that where you know you're in a dogfight and you know you've got to work hard for it? Does that make the reward and the finishing position more satisfying, or would you prefer a cruise in the park like what Johnny had?
Depends. I mean, if I'm winning but got no one behind me, it can be a bit boring but good at the same time. But a fight is always enjoyable, even if it's not for the win. If it's the final spot on the podium or for a top 5, Yeah. That makes it more enjoyable.
And you're getting more comfortable with the car with each passing week by the sounds of it?
Yeah, for sure. Getting more comfortable with the car. Very fun car to drive, and yeah.
And by the way, folks, I've just seen the points being updated by Adam Lathis. Johnny Bannack has gone up 15 spots with his first appearance of the season, straight up into the 23rd position. Have a look at that. So there are the points for you. Coming to you, stay with me, Alex, coming back to you in a moment, because you're tied on points with Cameron Dance at the top of the tree right now. Have a look at that. So Dance has gone second. You've tied for third on points for the round with Dougie Gowans, who's fourth on points. Luke Brooker just in between at the moment. But have a look at the logjam. So 8 points covers the top three, 270 and 262. 225 for Dougie, 3 points on Guy Leach. David Baz in sixth spot, 205. 200 for Martin Davis. Adam Funslow, the DNF tonight, costly, 198. Jolan Hanson, 194. And Liam Amos, 160. Up 7 points. Up 7 positions, rather, up into the top 10. And Stephen Bull up 11 spots as well, finally bagging a result there in 9th spot with 76. And then back to Sinanoak and James Katia up 14 spots as well. So too Brett Bradbury and John Baldwin up 13 spots. My goodness. 100 points covers the top... Sorry, 110 points covers the top 10. Let's go with that. That's going to be easier than trying to do the mental arithmetic. But I think if I'm adding 34, 76 would be the deficit between first, the difference between first and where Adam Funslow, Jolan Hanson is in 9th spot at the moment, 76 points. So it's tight at the top, which is good to see. Alex, how does that make you feel, being equal first on the points table after 3 rounds, mate?
Feels pretty good. Obviously a long way left to go in the championship, so I mean anything can happen. But if we can stay in the title fight for the rest of the season, it'll be very good.
I was going to say, that was my next question. Can you keep it up? It's going to be interesting to see if you can take this momentum forward over the next few weeks, especially now that there's a new player in town in the form of Johnny Bannock, especially that we know that Stephen Ball and Ryan Jones are well and truly capable of bagging a much better result than what they were able to tonight on their day. But the key to success so far this season has been staying out of trouble and avoiding making mistakes.
Yeah, for sure it has been, but also having pace as well to be up at the front, you know.
Which is what you've got, mate. And I know you're very pleased with that. The Monza circuit, always a favourite. There were only a couple of little moments for you throughout the course of that 30 minutes. And I was interested in everybody going for a different idea with the strategy. I think Cameron went later. Dougie went later than everybody. Cameron went a little bit off on a tangent. Johnny went early. And then there were, I think, 3 of you that went smack bang in the middle of all of that. So a bit of zigging and a bit of zagging, but obviously the strategy worked for you.
Yeah, for sure it did. And that's what got me to P3 tonight. But I feel like maybe I could have pitted a little bit more earlier than what I did.
And your third podium finish of the season as well. Why earlier, interestingly enough?
Maybe I could have been closer to Cameron Dance, because when I did come out he was 5 seconds ahead of me.
Copy. So you reckon the key would have been to go for an earlier stop just to even it out a little bit more?
Yeah, I reckon, because a lot of people have usually been winning in stops when they stop earlier than someone else in front of them.
Yes, the under and overcut. Yes, I know where you're going. Very nicely done. Hey, what are your thoughts on the Red Bull Ring? Because we know that's a venue that always produces good racing, but it's going to be frantic next week, mate. Going to have to get the elbows out and do some overtaking. We're going sprint racing again.
Yeah, for sure. Should be a fun track next week, the Red Bull Ring. So I'm looking forward to that and see what we can do there next week.
All right, very nicely done. Congratulations, mate. Great result. Really well done. Consistency wins championships. Look at that. You're the equal points leader at the moment. 4 top 5 finishes. And it all bodes well for the remaining 10 races of the campaign. Who would you like to thank?
The boys at JMR itself, our team sponsors, Total Energies, Night Shift Collective, Lodge Brothers and all the boys, Jet, Jason, Craig and everyone on the team.
All right, mate. Congratulations again. We look forward to seeing you on track later in the week. I know you'll be here for the supercars and some other things as well. So, well done. Go and enjoy the spoils of another podium finish, and we'll see you later in the week, and of course, more specifically for the Formula Renault 3.5s next Monday night as well. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
How good. The stable here, from JMR to RER, and of course Cameron Dance for Logitech Orbit Drop there. 3 different teams, 3 different stories, 3 good stories in all of that. Split GT3 racing coming up in a few moments' time for you, ladies and gentlemen, from VIR. It's good to have you company. Night 1, Week 3, Term 3, 2026. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Adam Lavis and I are back with you on the other side. It is Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport, live, exclusive and free. Don't worry, the sporting fair does not stop just because it's a rest day for the Tour de France and we're waiting for IndyCar to get going tomorrow morning, and the FIFA World Cup is now in the rearview mirror. This time next Monday night, we'll have rolling updates for the Commonwealth Games when we go around the grounds. So the big sporting events just keep rolling on. There's not too much downtime in between at the moment. It's a good time to be sinking your teeth into all things sport. We'll take a break. We're here with thanks to Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrc.com, Flash Graphics, and Disruptive Labs. Monday Night Motorsport heads from Europe and the Terminal of Speed to VIR and the undulating circuit that has plenty of runoff area to play with for a 60-minute affair in GT3 land. And some big news in GT3 land at the end of the broadcast as well. A lot to get through tonight on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Well done to Johnny Bannock, 4th different race win of the season in Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5. Back with the main course of Monday Night Motorsport right after this. the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Monday Night Motorsport for you, live, exclusive and free all around Australia or indeed the world across Facebook and YouTube. Virginia International Raceway, the venue. Our second visit to VIR this term on broadcast. And this time round, it's on the full course. The whole thing, not just the North Circuit, but the South encompassed within that as well. The full grand layout for this latest round of what we've come to know as Waste Options GT3 AM. And I say that because we've got some news with regards to the future of GT3 racing on these platforms coming up at the end of the night, and there's not too much more I can say about it at this point. I'm Zach Caban. Adam Lavis is here as well. We've got a special guest that slid into the commentary box, and we're going to pick his brain throughout the course of the hour and get some insights into GT3 racing from his standpoint and perspective, which we're looking forward to. We'll introduce you to him in just a moment. 9:02 local service time. Actually, I won't worry about that because we're in overtime for qualifying right now. The circuit itself, 5.2 kilometres. And as you can see, it's at 166 metres of altitude. It's a technical little circuit, especially through that first sector. But then you're relying on full throttle and the way in which these cars flex their muscle down that back straight. But as we've seen here in the past as well, it's a very easy circuit to trip up on. And you do go for a wild ride if you get it wrong through, thankfully, a lot of open pasture. There's a lot of runoff area for these guys to work with. Just not up on the pit straight. Ask Brett Bradbury. Thornweggett is the points leader here at the moment. This is why he was saying in the chat thread earlier, don't put the mocker on me. Don't give me the kiss of death. The commentators cursed tonight in the chat thread in this broadcast of this race because he's the points leader, he's the clubhouse leader at the moment. He's not starting on pole position. In fact, he's well down the order, but consistency has been key to his success so far. Fifth last week, 202 points, Dave Riddell on 189, 186 for Todd Suter, Mitch Buckman on 177, and Scott Smith on 175. Alan McDonald, Joel Jansen, Stephen Gallacher, Liam Amos, Neil de Bruin make up the top 10. Now, it's interesting because there you've got 5 McLarens, you've got a Chev, a Ford, 2 Ferraris, and an Aston. So this is where all the McLarens have come to hide out. Interesting. Grid, have a look at who's on pole. Have a look at that. Steve Nommensen. Oh, Ariara having a field day tonight. Firstly with Johnny Baddock, now with Kurt Nommensen. The Lambo will lead the field to green. Todd Suter's alongside him. Lachlan Shinkfield for Whiskey Business on the second row alongside Alan McDonald, Neil de Bruin, Mark Foster from 3, Nathan Harvey, and Eduardo Zamora from 4, Liam Amos and JD Dent from 5. From 6, it's Jordan Dake and Dave Riddell. From 7, Stephen Gallacher, Warren Ibert. From 8, Scott Wooden and Thornweggett. From 9, Joe Hargraves and Scott Smith. From 10, Chris Riddell. Yes, Chris Ruddle, or Ruddle. Riddell, I'm not sure which way you want to put it. And Quinton de Klerk. From 11, it's Jason Tierman and Joel and Hansen. From 12, Michael Brennan and Martin Lipsky. The weather and circuit conditions for you show you that it's the 19th of July 2026, although we just lost that graph. Thank you, Adam. 2 minutes past 2 in the afternoon local server time. 6 km/h winds. They are southerly tending southwesterly and then starting to tend in the more southwest to westerly direction. 31 degrees the ambient, 40% humidity, 56 degrees on track and cloudy conditions. That's a bloody hot racetrack. Stifling heat there, there's no doubt about that. Kurt Nommensen will bring the field to green. Now, I'm just having a look-see here with regards to the point standings in this series so far. We didn't mention Kurt in that run-through. He's sitting out in 15th position. He was 16th last week. Is there a breakthrough result on the cards here for Lambo and Kurt? Let's wait and see. So the field makes their way through the final sequence of corners. As you can see there, folks, that downhill section, that's where they trip up. That's where they come unstuck. It's off camber, it's unbalanced. If you hit a bump the wrong way through there, you are a passenger. You'll go for a wild ride, but thankfully it's only onto the grass. There's plenty of it here to play with. Plenty of runoff area. Hopefully no real big carnage tonight, and hopefully these guys can have a smooth, clean run for the final of the first 3 60-minute races that get this season underway. We're racing at VIR. In Waste Options GT3 and the main course of Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport, week 3 of term 3. Night 1 thereof, 2026. Beautiful start from Kurt Nominson, Todd Suter up in a second spot. Lachlan Shinkfield, Alan McDonald and Neil de Bruin slot in. The top 5 sorted themselves out nicely early on. Not too much side-by-side running, the exception being down there just out of Eduardo Zamora. That would be Nathan Harvey, Mike Foster and Liam Amos going side-by-side. And now they're sorting themselves out in a single file formation. Off goes Mark Foster. Big one. So, I mentioned there earlier, there's a lot of run-off area. But let me preface that by saying, in certain parts of the racetrack, because that's certainly not one of them. Not much room to move or to breathe on the left-hand side there. And the one thing that these boys will attest to very quickly for me too, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you do hit that grass, you very quickly become a passenger. So if Mark Foster had hit that grass anywhere else on this back straight here, if it had gone to the right-hand side, it would have only ended up on grass. It probably doesn't end up flooding the wall, needing a faster pair on the opening lap. Down we go. Neil de Bruin in 5th spot. Ahead of him is Alan McDonald. Behind him and chasing through is Nathan Harvey. We've got a mostly clean start for this round of the championship. Martin Lipsky, a non-starter. Foster's dropped 17 spots down to the 23rd. We line up with 23 cars from Lambo, Ferrari, Ford, McLaren, Chev, so that's 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 and 6 in the 10 with Eduardo Zamora's Acura. And we're going further down to Quinton de Klerk in a Merc, Joel and Hansen in a Porsche. That's, for mine, that's 8. Warren Ivett in an Aston, that makes 9. So what are we missing? BMW. And we are missing Audi, BMW and Audi. So we've got 9 different manufacturers out there tonight, which is really good to see. Welcome into Adam Lavis, and also for the first time as a co-commentator this season at least, hello to you, Dave Oliver. I know you're having a break from the sim. If you feel the need to elaborate and divulge why to our audience, feel free to do so. But it's great to have you in here to get some GT insights from a different perspective. VIR, was it an easy pass from this one for you tonight or not?
Well, great to be here. It's always a nice, fun track. This one, it's a kind of like a mini, kind of nurburgring kind of vibe. Obviously, different speed, your multiple different speed corners and stuff. So it is it's definitely a fun one, and just the nice and fun to be on the side of the fence for once.
What have you made of the new season so far, mate? I mean, already 2 rounds in. It's very clear in the pro split, at least, that the Ferraris are going to be the ones to beat there.
Yeah, iRacing have definitely switched a few things up over in the off season. So it's good to see some of the other marks getting a bit of a shine up the front of the field. So yeah, it's cool to see that you got your Ferraris and your Lambos kind of pop in here and there, and you kind of got your Fords that kind of had a they've kind of been in and out the last seasons or so, but just depending on who's been driving. But yeah, it's good to see it's not entirely like an old Porsche Cup like it was 3-4 seasons ago,
or a McLaren impersonation thereof, as it was a season before that. Through we go. Now, we'll never hear the end of it. We've just, by the way, folks, just bear with us. We've got an issue with our time. You have noticed that 4 minutes and 8 is frozen on your screen there at the moment. So we'll apologise for that. That's not much we can do about it, but we'll work on it. At least we've got the name list there still. Unlike earlier, I was flying completely blind. We've now got it back. Kurt Nominson, the leader. We'll never hear the end of it from him if he can convert from pole position to race victory on a broadcast night. He'd be absolutely overjoyed with that if he is able to do it. The wide open spaces at the back straight here. So full throttle. And this is where you separate the men from the boys with regards to the cars that have the poke and those that don't. And of course, slipstream will play a part here as well as we pick up Jack Dent there in 8th spot. where's Thorne? He's up in 15th spot, so he's not too far from where he started. Not making too many inroads just yet. Only the 2 incidents so far, because after Mark Foster clattered the tyre barrier, we saw Quinton de Klerk do the same thing. He's had an off-track excursion, lit up the red lights on our timing screen. We'll find out what that was all about very shortly. In the meantime, Nathan Harvey, fastest lap of the race last time through, 1 minute 47.682. Oh, I hate when it's an awkward number like that. Let's try and crunch the numbers anyway, because I love a challenge. So if I make it 1:45 and 2, 1:45 and 2 is 3 minutes 32 is 7 minutes, and 7 times 7 is 49, so therefore 7 times 8 is 56. 8 times 4 is 32, because 4 laps in 7 minutes. 32, let's say that we're getting 33, 34 laps, I'd say, tonight out of VIR. At least 33, at most 34. I can't see us getting any more than that. It just doesn't add up that way. We won't get to 36 because of the fact that we have not got 64 minutes at our disposal. Good evening to Trucker Joe Baldwin on the other side of the nullarbor. Look forward to seeing him at some point on Friday. We've just got to work out whether it's the early slot on the main course, but we're looking forward to seeing Trucker here. 1:47.479, the fastest lap of the race so far for Todd Suter. We're on lap 4. He's chasing Kurt Nomerton at the moment. You've got 4 different manufacturers in the top 5. But yes, if you take 3.5 away from that, you're 60.5. And if you're working with 1 minute and 45 of leverage there, that gives you 1 minute and 15, roughly, to work with regards to pit transits, etc. So if I'm a betting man, boys, I'm saying 34, because 34 straight flat minutes of racing gets you to about that hour mark, but you've also got that minute 45 of leverage to get through with regards to pit stops. So at the very least it's 33, at the very most it's 34, and there is there's no leverage there, there's no flexibility there. What will be interesting, as you know all too well, boys, because you're not immune to fuel saving in either case here. D. Oliver loves a fuel save. And I'll start with you, mate. It'll be interesting to see how these guys go about it from a strategic standpoint, knowing full well that the 2 stops, one will require a full fuel, but the second will not.
Yeah, it's just really going to be just to see, like, obviously now with the just depends if guys want to change tyres. That's going to be one of the main keys for this round, because it is a nearly 55 degree track down, which is actually, that's pretty lava spec there. And so yeah, their tyres right now will definitely be starting to feel a bit like jelly. So it'll be interesting to see who does tyres, and if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it on your full stop, your full fuel stop. So you might only lose a couple seconds doing a 4 tyre change, but it just really depends on how these guys do it. So I know that the pro guys might split tyres, but yeah, especially here you would want to potentially definitely do the 4 tyres, and yeah, just a matter of when you actually do it. So.
And Adam Lavis, from your standpoint, you had the rare opportunity to go out and race these things last term. What did you notice in that regard? Because you don't mind a fuel save either.
No, I didn't really get a chance to do much fuel saving. I was too busy trying to drive the car, because this is not something I get to drive very often. And with the traction control and the ABS, there's definitely a technique to try and get it to go that extra step faster, which I haven't worked out yet. So I was just trying to keep up with a lot of the guys more than anything. But yeah, it's definitely it's one of those things. It's with the way this car handles, there's definitely a driving style that you need to sort of just find that little secret and unlock it, and then you can get yourself towards the front.
Oh dear. The other point you should make too is that next week, ladies and gentlemen, we go sprint racing for the first time this term. We do it on familiar territory, the Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit. We will bring you racing from the 2 splits that you haven't yet seen this term on the platforms of the GSRC. being, as they're currently known, the social club of the Pro-Am. Am I dropping enough hints as to what our announcement's going to be at the end of this broadcast? Greg Heady, El Presidente, is dropping by with some big news regarding what's going to happen in GT3 land going forward. Todd Stewart, Kurt Robinson, Alan McDonald, Lachlan Shinkfield and Nathan Harvey, the top 5. What have you got to add to it, Dave?
We've actually had 3 guys jump into pits for their short fill already. So we've had Stephen Galich, David Renault and Chris Rundle have all transited the lane. Stephen did an 8.8 second stop, Dave did an 8.3 and Chris did a 9.7. So a bit of a slower stop there for Chris. But yeah, so all 3 of those guys have now got clear air and have, we've only been, 5 laps in. So they've definitely done their short fill, and then they'll be able to go through till just past halfway through the race.
And we're only about a quarter of the way through this 7th lap of the race. We're 11 and a quarter minutes into the race. 1:47.067 that time through for Liam Amos, the fastest lap of the race so far. Gallagher, Riddell and Ruddle all in McLarens incidentally, so there's some commonality between those 3 drivers and the fact that they are all on that short stick first, long stop, long runs for the rest of the night sort of strategy. But what's interesting too in all of this is Mark Foster. We saw how hard he clattered the wall. He hasn't been to pit lane yet. No information with regards to him having stopped as yet, unless that's
could have been during a little break.
Yeah, unless that's a complication presented by the tech issues that we had, and that's a glitch and we're not getting all the relative data through. I'll be interested to learn how that all looks once we get a better understanding of it. But at the moment, Todd Suter's taken the lead and has done so by 1.1 seconds on Kurt Normanson, Alan McDonald, Lachlan Shinkfield, Nathan Harvey, the top 5. Neil de Boer and Liam Amos, 6th and 7th. And this is more like it, right? So, Adam, you and I spoke last week about this. And I mentioned that I'm all in favour of it and I'm all for it and I loved it, right? We had elbows out last Monday night. The boys were racing hard. It was very, very polar opposite to what we've come to expect in GT3 land. This, however, is much more like it in the sense that we're seeing everybody just settle into a rhythm, go through the motions, next to no overtaking going on. Everyone happy to follow the leader except Nathan Harvey when you open the door like that. And allow Neil de Boer to go through up in the 5th spot on the outside. And Harvey will get him back on the inside. So little moments like that aside, it's a very Jetty processional sort of affair so far. Everybody's just easing into it, Dave.
Yeah, like you said, it is very processional at the moment. So just obviously it is a long race, and this is definitely one of the harder tracks to be able to cleanly pass and stuff. You've got to be fairly certain on your move to be able to pull it off. With it being such a fast flowing track. And obviously, with even though there is a lot of grass around here, there is consequences if you go off here in certain sections. So yeah, it's just everyone's kind of just following each other, especially this top 6, top 7. They're just biding their time and just see how they go when they decide when they pull the trigger on the stops. First there too.
Joe was so busy trying to catch the wheel there, he was flashing headlights.
Yeah, exactly. And that's Alan McDonald under pressure, trying to get through, but opening the door in the process. Harvey goes through, McDonald relegated. They were all trying to gang up on Lachlan Shinkfield, who retains 3rd in all of that. Oh my goodness. Up onto the main straight, another lap in the books. And off goes Scott Wooden now. So, Adam, from your standpoint, it's interesting too, right? Because there's Wooden out in the weeds, doing a little bit of lawn mowing. You would have noticed it as well. The GT3 racing at the Pro Split of late, it's been almost like, as we see the replay here, thanks to Disruptive Labs, and waste options. Whoa! He got it all wrong and clattered the wall on the inside, and it's vaulted him to the outside. And he did well to pull it up to keep it off the arm coat.
Doing his best.
It was almost a double banger.
He's doing his best best Hamilton and his name.
Yeah.
The French guy impersonation.
Can't remember now. Oh dear.
All I know when you said French guy, I was thinking of the Talladega Nights and.
No, that's right. Yeah, Ricky Bobby. Yeah. When he said French, that threw me completely. Oh, yeah, the name's there. I just can't.
I know. I'm looking at
pinpoint it.
his face. Is it an Alpine car? Like his name.
Gasly.
Oh, yeah,
Gasly.
Gasly. Yeah, Gasly, of course. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I should have put two and two together a lot quicker than that, but sign of the sort of day it's been. My mind's been elsewhere, watching Darren Hitch's memorial and a few other things. And I must admit, I don't know about you two blokes, but I kind of tuned out of the Formula One race last night. I'm lucky I didn't fall asleep, quite frankly. It probably would have been better for today if I did fall asleep during that, but I didn't. I just gradually moved away and stepped over to the desk and punched out some paperwork. But there's a lot of negativity regarding Formula One at the moment, which is sad to see, given that it is considered the pinnacle of world motorsport. Joe Hargraves was off the road momentarily, but he got it back going. Nathan Harvey and Neil de Bruin to pit lane at the end of lap number 9. We're on lap 10. Todd Suter, Kurt Nommensen, Lachlan Shinkfield, the top three at the moment. Nommensen, his best qualifying of the season, but struggling to stay with Todd Suter right now. We ride with Alan McDonald. So Nommensen has gapped Shinkfield, McDonald and Amos. The field's starting to spread out. But Adam, you and I have both been witness to it. They're treating those GT3 races now almost like they're running Toyota 86s or Super 2 or Formula V. It's been nice to see that change in racecraft, albeit with a little bit of drama along the way. That's to be expected, but it's been good to see them get the elbows out and not be afraid to send it, get the elbows out and be a little bit more aggressive in the opening stints.
It looks like a bit of a swing towards track that should be more in favour than fuel strategy. So it is a matter of them guys pushing a little bit harder to try and get themselves in front.
The undulating VIR. Third, we get 3 visits here this season. I'm pretty sure we've got a Formula V round on the North configuration as well, the North layout, as we had with the BMWs. And we continue to watch Joe Hargraves there in 16th position under pressure from Nathan Harvey. So Harvey, the first of those two, are stopped, and that's important. And what's interesting too, Neil de Bruin went a long stop, 21.6 seconds. Harvey went 14.1.
Well, that's
a full stop for de Bruin.
Yeah, so de Bruin's made a mistake there because he's gone early, which means he's only got like a third or a half a tank space worth of fuel to put in the car, and he's put a full set of tyres on during that time. So he's basically sitting there burning time in the pits while the boys change tyre because the fuel's already done.
Well, yeah, correct. I'll be interested to see what the critical lap number is going to be, and we'll work that out as we go here, because the boys that went on lap 5, if we're going, what did I say earlier, 30, I said 34 laps, didn't I? If we're going 33, 34 laps, then for Scott Wood and Scott Wood and Chris Riddell, no, again, I've got it wrong, sorry, Stephen Gallagher, Dave Riddell and Chris Ruddle. There's a whole heap of names down the bottom of that leaderboard now, ladies and gentlemen, not just the 3 that stopped on lap 5. For them, they're looking at minimum 14, maximum 15 lap runs to get it home on one more stop here, Dave. They have not given themselves too much leverage based on, I don't know exactly where these guys are going to come in at the pointy end of the field, but it's going to be around about the end of that lap 14, lap 15 marker if we're backtracking and basing our numbers based on the maximum that the those that have already pitted can bank out of their stops. Harvey did well to keep it together there. Very wide going through at the bottom of the hill. And now he begins to climb down the back straight where they drop down and then rise back up. But yeah, interesting to see it. Well, there's more Warren Ibert coming in at the end of lap 11. If 14 and 15 is that fuel window, that critical lap, then there's a couple of things here.
Oh.
Whoa, trouble! Kurt Nommensen caught the wrong side of the curb and the grass, and he's gone. We were riding on board with him. That's not my fault. I can't cop the blame for that one. Poor old Kurt Nommensen. The chance goes begging.
Yeah, I was just looking.
We were riding with him.
I just noticed he was actually starting to catch Suda, and he just got too wide in that curve, and it's just let go on him, unfortunately.
Right, took too much of it. So if we're basing it on that, so 5, and then if we're talking 33, 34, no contact, Harvey straight to the side of Hargraves. Hargraves is gone down at turn 1. And he's reporting it in his race control immediately. Harvey under investigation. Zamora's come out ahead of Harvey. I think, yes, I'm reading that correctly. So we'll eventually get back to finishing the point, Dave. If it's a 15-lap opening stint and a 15's as far as you can go, then that means your fuel window is anywhere between lap. What are we going to say? We're going to say lap 19 and whoa, Hargraves has gone again. Hargraves has gone again, and Dave Riddell's gone with him this time. They've both got back on the road, but Hargraves has dropped down a couple more spots, and Riddell as well. Kurt Nommensen returns to the circuit in 5th, having lost out earlier. This is how it all unfolded, folks. More drama, more controversy. Oh, now has Hargraves closed the door? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't think there was really ever going to be a move there.
Nah. Oh dear. So Nommensen comes to pit lane. So if it's a 15-lap full run, then that gives the boys that ran the reverse strat a critical lap number of 19, which means they've got to get 14 laps out of this stint, 15 laps out of the next one. Or if it ends up going 33, then it's only 2 14s. We're going to get a better insight into where that critical number is, boys. Within the next couple of laps, we're on lap 13, and Todd Suit is the leader. Go for it, Adam.
How is Tiraman that far off the middle of the track on the back straight? That's going to be interesting.
It is going to be an interesting replay. Maybe it's a joker lap. Let's have a look. Have a look.
Oh, he's cut across. He's cut the lap. He's got a black flag.
He hasn't made it to the back straight. Yeah, he hasn't made it.
So he's cut the track. He's going to have a massive black flag.
That's going to be an enormous stop-go drive-through penalty for him. You just can't do that, Chase. What's going on? What's doing? Have a look at him. He's just carving out a place in which they want to put some new bitumen down, I think.
He's almost taking a whole sector.
It's a joker lap. That's ridiculous. Tierman with the black flag. Not surprising. Drive-through penalty. Put a line through him as well, Dave. My goodness. Your thoughts on all of that, how these guys might play it strategically speaking? We're on lap 13. I reckon if they get to 15, we're looking at a fuel window anytime from lap 19 to 29:30. Dave Oliver's muted himself. I can't go to Dave at the moment. My apologies. Lap 14, 1 minute 46.8. I was not looking at my Discord screen at that point in time. I was looking at the timing screen specifically, folks. Todd Suter, Liam Amos, Jordan Dakin now all to pit road at the end of 13. So we're in the window, Adam. But if you're Joe Hargraves, that's your first job of the night, and it's a lengthy one because you've had to get on the tow rope potentially. Or it's a second stop and it's a fast repair and it's all hell's broken loose because he doesn't have one left at his disposal. So it's either of those two things. Schinkfeld's punched out the fast lap of the race, 1:46.833. You just mentioned Tieman's got a black flag to serve. We've got a couple of guys that have already made their stop that have run into trouble at the start of their second stint. All hell breaking loose here.
Indeed, it's a little bit of a half-time shenanigans here in the race. Everyone just having a bit of a wild one, but yeah, obviously we'll get back into the swing of things and get these first pit stops started and get into stint 2.
We've just gone 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 7 o'clock on the West Coast, and of course 11 o'clock in New Zealand. Great to have your company this Monday night. The platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Tierman with that drive-through penalty. Now, he'd already served the stop as well. That was at the end of lap 11, so this will be a drive-through penalty for him. Cinema's one word for it. I was expecting you to say gibberish. Thank you, Michael. Good to have Michael tuning in. That's, I was going to say, that's a new commenter, I think. That's a new name in the comments section. Welcome aboard. Liam Amos, 10th spot. That's the battle we're watching at the moment as the 3 litres hit pit lane at the end of lap 14. So there's your window. Lap 14, the end of 25 minutes. It's about on par with where we thought we'd be time-wise. Although, maybe, just maybe, that's going to hamstring us a little bit. We're only going to potentially get as far as 33. We did flag that as a potential option, as a potential fallback. 33, 34, hedge your bets, could go either way. Normally my calculations are a little bit firmer than that, but I can't crunch the numbers that accurately at the moment, just off the top of my head. 33, 34 is about where we're at. Depends on pit lane transit, depends on transit time, depends on stop time, and all those other little factors. We'll get a clearer indication as to where we're going to fall and land within the final 10 minutes of this race, I would imagine, but we're banking on 33, 34, which means the guys that are on their 15th lap now, and it's interesting, only Alan McDonald stopped on lap 14 with Lachlan Shinkfield and Jack Dent, formerly known as JD Dent, I think you'll find. Michael Brennan on lap 14 as well. So varying strategy play here with regards to the guys that are going long and longer, as opposed to those that went short. Jason Tierman into pit lane now to serve that drive-through stop and hold penalty, and I can't imagine that it wouldn't be a stop and hold. Joe Hargraves has been stationary on pit road for 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and yes, it is a stop and hold penalty for Jason Tierman for cutting the circuit. Thorne Weggett leads the way up 15 spots. Fuel strategy working in his favour at the moment. Joel Hansen up 20 spots in second. Ferrari leads Porsche at VIR, and just the one non-starter in this race of 24 cars. That was Martin Lipsky. We have, although actually, hang on, let me just have a look-see here. Lee Williamson's in race control 1, Thomas Cole's in race control 4, so I don't see Martin Lipsky or anyone in race control 2 or 3, so I can't account for Martin's whereabouts at the moment. Into pit lane comes Thorne Weggett at the end of lap 15, and Joel and Hansen as well. So it's interesting, right, because we've got so many different numbers going on there. If you're going 15 and 15 and leaving yourself with 3 or 4 to spare, that's fine. That's all above board. Critical lap becomes, if you can get 15 laps out of your tank, your critical lap becomes lap 19. If it ends up going 34, lap 19. If it ends up going lap 18, then if it ends up going 33 laps, then it goes 18, the critical lap. We've just lost Dave Oliver from our broadcast position, so we'll catch up with D. Oliver at a later point in time. I was hoping to get back to him to get some thoughts on what was going on out on the circuit. That's obviously something may have well and truly come up at his end, and he's gone for the night. We'll catch up with him when he's next out on the circuit. My goodness, so much going on out there at the moment, and Chris Ruddle is there in 16th from across the ditch. Oh boy, the good thing is, Todd Suter's clipped up 2 wheels on the grass and gathered it up, and he's about to hit the back straight on lap number 16. Field cleansed one time through. We go back to Liam Amos, who's got his hands full with Lachlan Shinkfield and Stephen Gallacher. Shinkfield ahead, Gallacher behind. Ooh. Amos to the outside. Had to tuck back in. Plenty of positional battles out there, Lavis, but at the same time, mate, plenty of varying strategies as well, and a couple of guys that are very clearly, by the virtue of the fact that they went to pit lane on lap 11 or 12.
Contact.
Cutting the... Whoa! There we go. There's the wild ride that we expected. Liam Amos gets cleaned up. There was contact that led to that. Lachlan Shinkfield, the other one involved, and Stephen Gallacher, the beneficiary of all of it, goes through past the pair of them and goes up into 5th. And Amos plummets outside the top 10. Todd Suter's lead is 3.6 seconds at this point in time.
So
There's the contact.
Yeah, Shinkfield.
Amos has closed the door.
No, it looked more like Shinkfield. Limo stayed to the left. It looked like Shinkfield went across and made the first contact there.
Interesting.
I think, yeah, if you watch, so Amos, I think, hugs the outside of the track here. Oh, it's a little bit of both. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Race control.
It's a racing incident.
Race control's going to have a little fun with that one.
Yep, good luck to them down MVM. Rather than me, that's why I commentate. Listen, yeah, we've got some fun and games to be had here with, oh geez, Jack Dent's hands full at the moment. He's got Michael Brennan behind him. And after some technical issues of his own, we can welcome Dave Oliver back into the commentary box. What on earth going on there, please? Actually, I can't hear Dave now. The lights are on. Oh, there he is. It helps if you unmute yourself.
Oh, it's just a bit of a shambles. I think just the heat of the day is at the track here has melted everything. So probably half including my brain. But anyway, we'll get on with it and see out the last half of this race.
The virtual commentary box is on the verge of freezing, ladies and gentlemen. He's managed to get a heat reference in. Very nice. I like it. Well done. It's soon to leave Alan McDonald. So we're going to talk to you blokes about critical laps now and varying strategies, because there are a couple of guys that have gone firmly down the middle, Adam. Dave, there's a couple of guys that have hedged their bets and gone hoping to do short, long. And then there are those guys that have given themselves some flexibility to go wherever they like in this middle stint, because they've gone as long as they possibly can. 15 was as many as we got, 5 was as little as we got. 10 laps of leverage. A critical lap, if you're running a 15-lap strat to the end, is going to be firmly lap 18 or 19, depending upon where we're going to land with regards to the number of laps completed here. And considering that we've just completed lap 32 minutes and we're on lap 18, yeah, it's looking more and more likely as though we'll get to no more than, well, I've said all along that we'll get no more than 34, but the more, further and further we go into this race, the more and more I'm thinking that maybe we're going to miss out on that 34th and it'll get curtailed at 33, because I really had to calculate exactly how long that pit lane is when you wash off all your speed boys.
Yeah, I think if you go from line to line, it's about 22 seconds. So, and then whatever service you do on top. But yeah, I know it's roughly 22 seconds for the pit lane transit.
And every circuit's different in that regard. It'd be interesting to see what they come back to us with regards to that incident that unfolded a few moments ago with Shinkfield and Amos. In the meantime, Scott Wooden down on the inside. Gets by Joel and Hanson, moves up into 7-8. Pleasing across the board, Adam, to see such manufacturer interest. No love for the Audi here and also the BMW, but everything else represented in some way, shape or form.
Even the Acura making a rare appearance, and towards the front with Eduardo. Oh, big crash.
Massive. Scott Wooden. The front right-hand side of that car is fried. And he's going to try and limp it back to the lane, but he'll struggle to do so, I would imagine. Let's have a look at this. This was the end of the back straight. And he'll...
Oh, he just hasn't broken at all. He's way late on the brakes.
Missed the braking marker completely and smashes into... See, that's the thing. There is a lot of runoff area here, but there are also a couple of little trip hazards in the form of tyre bundles between those runoff areas. And I dare say, on the back of what we saw there earlier, Scott Wooden gets the mechanical meatball, gets on the tow rope, goes to pit lane. Joe Hargraves has done the same thing. Jason Tierman was the one that got the black flag earlier. And I dare say after him making his way through the infield as though it was a joker lap in the World Rallycross Championship, I dare say it won't be too long before there's a patch update that comes through where there's a tyre wall right up the middle of that grass patch between the eastern and western sides of the circuit. That invoice, by the way, was 42 seconds, boys. That's how long we were stationing for. And given that he stopped at lap 14, I dare say he has to stop again. So a third invoice coming his way. And Scott Wooden's out of contention now as well. Biggest movers and shakers of the night so far. Michael Brennan up 10 spots. Jordan Dakin up 4, Stephen Gallagher up 7. Nathan Harvey, Eduardo Zamora both up 4 as well. Todd Suter +1. The mate Kurt Normanson's dropped down to 10th spot now, -9 on the back of that spin earlier, but also a 17.85 second pit stop. So the Lambo going backwards, but hoping to claw its way back forward as the race goes on. Interesting to note, of the guys that stopped earliest, Dave, Steve Gallagher the best placed with the lap 5 stop, that is, in 6th spot. And the other two that stopped on lap 5, well, Dave Riddell's down in 16th at the moment, and anybody else that stopped early is already back on pit road again. Chris Riddell, Joel and Hanson, and it would appear as though both Joe Hargraves and Scott Wooden have just retired. That seems to... no, Scott Wooden's got back out on the track, but he's a lap down. Joe Hargraves, however, has parked up after 12 minutes and 35 on pit lane. He's decided I'm out of contention for the 75% completion, so I'm out of the points, I'm done. He's parked up for an early shower. Hanson and Riddell back, Ruddell that is, back to the circuit. I've got a Ruddell, R-U-D-D-E-L-L, and a Ruddell, R-U-D-D-L-E. That's not confusing for anybody. He's back out on the circuit now. Scott Wooden back in 22nd, ruling what might have been. Off goes Quinton de Klerk, off goes Jason Tierman at the same time. That's de Klerk, and Tierman further off the road again. Todd Suter continues to lead from Alan McDonald, the margin 2.9, and same as Kurt Normanson, just caught a little bit of the grass there, and it sent him pirouetting around, and he's still off the track in 22nd. Tierman has excellent stage left, but has limped back onto the road in position number 21. That is Thornweger in 11th, who was leading before the first round of pit stops.
So he obviously had a bit of a fuel save, but the other interesting fact here is, well, you were saying at the start of the race that championship leader, he was a bit down in quality, but he's just there before he was actually racing with the pole sitter, so hasn't really worked out every one of them. We'll have to see how that phases, whether towards the end of the race, whether it's just Norman's made his way through, or it was all just Kurt having a couple of bunnies.
Correct.
Yeah, Zamora, Normanson, and Gallagher. Stephen is in the pits, and so is Riddell. 12-13 laps to go.
Well, that's what we're trying to work out. 21 minutes will be easy enough to call it for 12 laps. We're not yet at that 21-minute marker, and by the time we come through, we're still an outside chance of getting a 13th lap in here. As long as we get back to the line within that 21-minute threshold, we're still a chance. There goes Kurt. No, oh no, Kurt, no. Kurt's night's done. After leading so early as well. On the tow rope and gone. And Dave Riddell's just parked up too and come back out in position number 18 after 23 seconds on pit road. Normanson's got all sorts of trouble there on the left-hand side of a Lambo, but what happened more to the point to cause that initially, I'm wondering. Jordan Dakin, 5th spot at the moment. Amos around his outside. Look at the speed differential there. Brilliant from the Mustang. Jeez, it's got some good poke, and it sounds bloody good too, Dave.
Yeah, it's funny, like racing last season with whenever Adam was around, because we were usually in the similar part of the track. It's just kind of like, I wish I just had a volume control just for Mustang, because I could not hear myself think half the time, and it was actually that loud that it was overpowering my spotter, which was hilarious. Dear. So it's just that, obviously that's just that deep rumble, but then obviously then you go the opposite side to say the Ferraris and the Porsches and stuff, where it's just that or you know, the old school one, just that high pitched engine note. But yeah, it was always funny. Being around the Mustangs, it was pretty fun to do yourself there.
Correct. We're riding on board with Jordan Dakin right now. We've just had a special guest drop into the commentary box. We'll get to him in a moment as well. You may or may not have just seen him in the comments section on our YouTube thread, although I'm going to be perfectly honest, I'm going to get him to repeat what he said there because I actually missed the comment in YouTube. I saw the name come up, but then obviously something happened on the circuit and I didn't get a chance to absorb the comment. So, Nathan Harvey on the pit road right now. We're riding with Lee Lane Moss looking back at Jordan Dakin. Let's hear the Mustangs sing at full noise down the main straight. Have a listen to that. How good does it sound? Just sweet. Sounds better than what they've currently got dished up in Formula 1, let's be perfectly honest. Amos down to turn 1. Peeps, Dakin ain't nailed it on the bay. Good pick up from you, Dave Oliver. And Weggett also in early second time through, so too Mark Foster. They've given themselves that leverage by going long in the first stint. Foster stopping early second time through is surprising, but it's been a good recovery after spinning on the opening lap. I'll drop down the order here.
21.7 second box for Nathan, and 43.3 second.
Now, we don't normally get many words out of him on a Wednesday or a Thursday night because he's too busy button pushing for us, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hope we get a few more words out of him now that Adam Lavis is doing that job and he can sit here and just talk and chew the fat with us rather than ply his trade at attempted comedy in our comments section on YouTube. He's actually joined us in the booth. Hello, Andrew Neal. What happened, please?
So, boys, first names?
Very well. What I'd like to be able to say the same about you, but considering that you're here 20-odd minutes before the end of the race, I'm going to assume otherwise.
And I was out lap 2, I think.
Oh, no.
Sitting beautifully in third position, down the back straight. My steering wheel disconnected. I went full throttle along the straight.
Oh, no.
Hit the tyres, flat out, and then bounced back in the traffic, which is never good.
So another instance of a tech glitch this week. Something about iRacing and tech glitches of late, nearly. It's the season for it.
Absolutely, there's something going on. I don't know that it's iRacing, but I think there's something going on in PC.
Oh, well, you and everybody else. You're not the only. Yeah, you're not the only tech issue. Let me tell you that. There's been so many of those. But I was going to say too. Part of me thinks, something about you in American circuits, because we also saw you struggle with the Chev at Sebring in GT3. But there's also the other side of this narrative, and this is you continuing to lobby quite passionately against being promoted up any further in the GT3 world. In fact, you're looking for demotion more than promotion, aren't you?
I think I'll be getting promoted up.
Oh, no.
I think the quality was all right.
From turn 1. What on earth was that?
Michael Brennan 2 for 1.
Michael Brennan from nowhere gets by Thornweger to Nathan Harvey. Sorry, I just literally had the headset off my head because I got an itchy ear and I needed to try and make it a little bit more comfortable with the headset to sit on. And look at this, Michael Brennan, bang! Beautifully done. Very rare do you see 2 for the price of 1 at VIR unless we're in Formula B.
Especially with the Mustang, especially when there's the Mustang on the brakes. That is not its strong suit.
No, that's extraordinary. What about that? Hey, Dave, let's bring you back in at this point in time. Pit lane activity is quite interesting. Here we go. Kurt Nomenson hit the pit exit wall because it was like the tiniest bit out of view and wheel damage that wasn't really drivable, and he needed to reset the head. Oh, no. Very disappointing for you, Kurt. But well done on the pole position, mate. Bad luck on the result. It was there for the taking. That's right on board. Since he's dropped himself in, let's have a look. Straight through the safety car. 3, 2, 1. He's also got a car right there. Oh, dear. That's messy. That is messy. I can see why it wasn't in his view, but if it had gone left, that would have been a lot worse. Oh, dear. No. Absolutely not. And that's the one thing, like, for the sake of, I saw it in the Logitech G-Pro Invitational one, Sandown 500 the other night. Like, everyone's just ghosting through other cars on pit lane whilst they're exiting pit lane. If iRacing found a way to tighten the clamps on that and make it that you weren't able to do that, all of those problems essentially, in the long run, disappear. So you wouldn't be running 2x2 in pit lane, you wouldn't be allowed to, without blocking the pit lane. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a setting to get rid of that thing.
Well, maybe we need to have a look at that for the long run. For the long run. Interesting stuff. Interesting times. Let's keep watching Thorn Weggett here, holding down 10. Your observations, Dave, because I know just as we were bringing Neely in and just as we saw that 2 for the price of 1 from Michael Brennan, you were about to chime in with something. What was it?
We've had Neil de Bruyn, what came in for his second stop, and also Warren Ibert has just completed theirs, and we actually now have P2 Alan McDonald in.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was heading, mate. Thank you. Good pickup. So we're almost at the point, boys. Top 5 yet to stop a second time. Jack Dent obviously will move to 5th whilst Alan McDonald is on the pit road. So that's the top 5 yet to transit the lane a second time. And obviously we've got Jason Tierman, who's been in 3 times. Only 3 retirements so far. Wooden and Tierman are a lap and a half and a lap and 3/4 down respectively. Nottinson, de Klerk and Hargraves out for the night. We are, not to put too fine a line on it, but I reckon we're getting ever closer to being able to say that we're not 8 laps from home, we're only 7 this time by the line, because just as we've hit that 46-minute marker, we've only just started lap 26. That was that threshold I was talking about. 26 was the threshold to get, 46 was the threshold to get another 8 laps in 14 minutes, 4 laps every 7 minutes. But the further we go, the more and more likely it's looking as though we might not be able to scrape in that 34th lap. Although I don't think they'll have a problem with doing so in the pro split. Stick around post-race, and some exciting changes coming to GT3. Greg Keeney very happy with himself, quite frankly. And he'll be here to break that news for everybody, so looking forward to that. In the meantime, so it's Super Lachlan Sinclair and Ben Amos, the top 3. That is not on corrected order. Suited to pit lane, he is the effective race leader as Amos goes through past Shinkfield. Oh, Shinkfield's off the road! Shinkfield's off the road! Let's have a look at this! End of the back straight! Off camber, Ripple Strip, gone! Kurt Nominson can sympathise with that. He did exactly the same thing earlier. And Liam Amos gets a free kick at the expense of Lachlan Shinkfield, who now comes to pit lane. Oh dear. Thorn Weggett holds the top 10 spot for the moment. On corrected order. It'll be interesting to see where he is in the grand scheme of things once all these pit stops are complete. Now Liam Amos is off the road. This is off the road trying to get back on what could have been potentially his in-lap, and that's a costly blow. Out of turn 1, into turn 2. On the run to turn 3, see you later. Grass every day of the week. And you're a passenger. You go for the brake and it just doesn't want to cooperate because it's handling 2 different surfaces. And you boys have all been there before, you know how painful an experience that can be.
Yeah, like Liam had, even just in his last lap, he actually set the quickest lap out of everybody just on the last lap there with a 47.0. So yeah, he's obviously definitely on the low end of his fuel here to come in and do his stop. So he's just pushing, just on low fuel, pushing real hard, and he just made a mistake, and unfortunately might cost him a bit.
May well indeed. Poor boy. Kurt Nominson just letting us know the adrenaline of racing has worn off very quickly. He's going to Betty Boy land. Sleep well, mate. Enjoy. We will endeavour to catch up with you later in the week. Hopefully on the back of a better result. This time in the Porsche Cup. Dakin and Amos in, and I assume Dent will follow. This strikes me as the critical lap. Yep. All in, field cleansed, we're racing to the end. at VIR.
This will be interesting to see how much, if any, fuel that they've saved. Because if Liam had saved anything here, he might be able to jump, and it looks like he has.
He has indeed, and can confirm, boys. Can confirm. We're only going to... I'll get the turtle in a minute. Let me deal with that. Can confirm, as Todd Suter comes out, we've passed that threshold to get that 34th lap in. This one is flagged at 33. There won't be much overtime, but we'll go 33 laps around here tonight. I don't know Turtle. I have no idea because he's not an AM-split competitor. He's a pro. He's up in the elites, up with the upper echelon of GSRC GT3 competitor. And as a result, considering that we're broadcasting the AM-split, I've got no damned idea. Though I will do in about 15 minutes when Adam Labus brings us the results from the other three splits as part of our extended post-race show tonight on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. The box has never been this full, 10 minutes from time. I've got Dave Oliver and Andrew Neal here with expert comments. Adam Labus on the buttons, Zach Caban in central commentary doing play-by-play. The 26th season on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. There is Michael Brennan, running similar colours to 1C Bond, quite frankly. Out onto the back straight we go, and another lap in the books this time through. It'll be the end of lap 28 for Todd Suter, and inside 9 minutes to go. So 5 laps to go. Suter will get us to 33. That'll be, at this stage, a clinical and commanding dominant win for him. Having taken the lead away from Kurt Thompson very early in the piece, he's got to go out there and finish it off. But the big surprise for mine, and what's impressed me, boys, is there are 5 different manufacturers. Thank you, Turtle. Appreciate that. Hence why I said let me handle it, boys. Warren Ibert and Dave Liddell both lighting up off track alerts there a moment ago. What's pleasing for mine, boys, is the manufacturer spread in the top 10. 5 different manufacturers in the top 10. 4 Fords, 3 Ferraris. But then the other 3 manufacturers are single entries. Alan McDonald in the McLaren, Eduardo Zamora in an Acura. When was the last time we saw an Acura that far up the leaderboard in a GT3 race here on our platforms? I mean, the Acura had been long lost and forgotten about, I thought. But no, finally a little bit more love for that in the house in the form of Eduardo Zamora bagging a result here on track for a podium. And then you've got the Chev of Neil de Bruin. So you've got 5 different manufacturers, and it's pleasing to see a couple of drivers, Zamora and de Bruin most specifically, bagging a result with manufacturers that don't receive anywhere near as much love as the Ferraris and the Fords of the server here late in the piece. Sorry, I've just put the mocker on Eduardo. There he is. I just put the mocker completely and utterly on him. Now, how did that happen? More to the point. But just as we were talking about an Acura finally being on... oh, no, hang on. He didn't get poleaxed, so that's good, but he's tripped up on the ripple strips.
Just lost the he got the grass and entry, and he had the rear going the whole time.
Dear oh dear. He could have easily recovered from that. What's going on?
He parked it where a Honda should go.
Very well done.
Just going off your comments about how tight everything is, it's actually really cool to see. Like from third place Liam, he's 13 off Todd at the moment. But if you go down all the way to probably Jack Dent, it's only roughly 10 seconds from third all the way down to 10, covering that back part of the 10 there. And like even you chuck in Warren and Stephen for the in 11th and 12th, like to be in that 15-20 seconds gap still with 5 minutes to go, or roughly 5 minutes to go. It's actually good to see like there's still some really tight battle packs still running like this late in the race.
It is indeed. And now we only have, by the way, 4 manufacturers in the top 10. 4 Ferrari, along with the 4 Fords. So some commonality there, Adam Labus, compared to what we're seeing in the pro split at the moment, where it has been all Ferrari and and Ford obviously on the edges of all of that, trying to keep them honest. But still a Chev. So we've seen a Chev poking around without bagging too much in the way of positive results so far. Oh, God, there goes Jack Dent. You saw it at the top of your screen. Wild ride through the bushes, through the scrub for Jack Dent. Oh, dear. Gets gobbled up. Now we have 5 manufacturers in the top 10. There's the Aston of Warren Ibbott, capitalising wholly and solely on the misfortune of Jack Dent, and he goes up in a 10th. But under relentless pressure from Stephen Gallacher to try and hold on to that. My goodness.
He's definitely going to be fuming there because he was running in 10th there, but to lose the 2 positions there from an unfortunate mistake with 4.5 to go, yeah, you'll definitely be kicking yourself.
And Adam, it's very rare that we see that sort of symmetry between the pro split and the AM split. I mean, we've seen Ferrari dominate the pro split of late. We've seen the Chev of Philip Worley up there being in and out. Thorn Weggett, we've just we were going so well with Thorn, and now he's dropped down to 9th. Stays in the top 10, but now Warren Ibbott and everyone else get a hell of a lot closer. Nathan Harvey getting into the side of him, and Harvey will be under investigation for the second time tonight. No, actually, let's not. We'll leave that one to race control to have a chat about, I'm sure. Thorn Weggett recovering in 9th right now. But it's interesting. I mean, obviously, when we talk about the results the last couple of weeks, there hasn't been a hell of a lot of success for the Mustangs, but it's been more Ferrari, McLaren up there, Adam, with a sprinkling of a BMW here, a Chev there, etc. So there is a bit more symmetry than usual between M and Pro this term.
Did Richard Mitchum win in the Ferrari?
Sorry?
Did Richard Mitchum win this season yet in the Ferrari, or is he back a bit?
He is back a bit.
Oh, okay.
He is back a bit.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's one of those things. I think this season we've actually finally seen iRacing get more than 2 cars within a good whop on the GT3s. So
first in quali last week at Spa and 3rd in the race.
Oh, that's right. But it's good
in the Mustang, by the way.
Yeah, so it's good to see we've actually got people can actually choose a couple of varieties of cars and still be relatively competitive enough to make a race out of it.
Yep, and De Bruyn's got his work cut out here for him with Michael Brennan running out of room to send it around the outside. De Bruyn in defence mode, 2.5 minutes to go. Oh boy. So, Neely, are you going to persevere with that McLaren in the coming weeks?
Yeah, mate, I'm locked and loaded.
Good, excellent.
If I can keep it from the wheel disconnect.
Yeah, correct. And of course, Adelaide, the next stop. And Dave, you've been obviously, Thorn's off the road again. Now he is going to lose his berth in the top 10. Jack Dent's gone back in. Warren Ibbott has got back in. Stephen Gallacher is going to wedge Thorn out of it a little bit further. We go back to 12. Don't slip up there, boys. You'll lose your top 10.
All that hard work.
Harvey is in 8th. He's got 2 seconds on Dent. Dent back into the top 10 at the expense of Weggett. Ibbott goes back in despite having been passed by Dent since the last time we checked into this battle, and Stephen Gallacher is knocking on the door. Oh my goodness. Dave, obviously you're taking a little bit of a break at the moment, just a nice little opportunity to reset. It's good and healthy to do that occasionally, but Adelaide and GT3 sprint racing, does that entice you to come and have a one-off cameo next week?
I don't know if that entices or makes me want to run away.
That's fair. I'll pay that.
I think, I'd rather be in a stadium truck or something like that around there.
Just bring your thermals. It is South Australia.
Yeah, so it'd be, I don't know, it'd be nice and tight for the guys that get to get to the track there. It's just going to be a matter of staying off, not becoming a ball magnet and just being able to go in curves safely.
Indeed, and Neely, how are you feeling about the streets of Adelaide? Shinfield was nearly sorry, mate, I'm just going to come back to you. Shinkfield was nearly cleaned up. He was nearly in the rear boot of the car of Michael Brennan there a few moments ago. So that battle for sixth is not over yet. Continue on, please.
You're right.
You're talking about Adelaide and you're going there next week.
Oh, yeah, so I was just saying that I've always raced it in the Porsches, which have been able to monster all the curbs. Now in the McLaren, I think it's going to be quite a lot stiffer, maybe not handle the curb so well, so it takes a bit of adjustment.
Absolutely. Here's Neil de Bruin.
Always fun there.
Last lap.
It is indeed. It is the last lap. White flag has flown, and Todd Suter is on his way home. Alan McDonald's giving good chase, but it's going to be so near yet so far because he's narrowed it down to 1.4 seconds. But time is going to run out. It's the enemy here. Todd Suter up front of the main straight from a front row start to a race win. Ferrari on top at VIR. Todd Suter victorious in round 3 of Waste Options GT3M. Cleanly done. The GT3 standings coming into this round in the AM split had Todd Suter in 3rd spot. He's defeated David Riddell. He's defeated Tom Weggett. We're probably looking at a new championship leader tonight. His name is Todd Suter. Helped by the fact that Dave Riddell's down in 7-8 and Thorn Weggett's down in position number 12. Have a look at the entourage of cars coming through there to see the checkered flag. Alan McDonald was second. Liam Amos 10 seconds back. Jordan Dakin, Neil de Bruin held off Michael Brennan and Lachlan Shinkfield in the run to the line. Nathan Harvey was in behind them. Mustang 6, 7 and 8, as well as 3rd for Liam Amos. Warren Ibert did get his top 10 berth in 10th, and Jack Dent was 9th. Stephen Gallacher, Thorn Weggett missed out. 2 mistakes late in the piece put the kiss of death on him. Mark Foster in for 13th, not bad after his first lap incident. Joel and Hanson, Scott Smith, Chris Ruddell, and Dave Riddell. And you'll see what I mean in a moment when we bring that up on your leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Christ. Scott Wood and Jason Tierman, after that drive-through penalty, he recovered okay. And Eduardo Zamora was a late retirement, but he did complete 75% of the race. Whereas Kurt Normanson, Quinton de Klerk, and Joe Hargraves did not. So the victor go the spoils. Todd Suter's in celebratory burnout mode. And the Ferrari lights it up all right too. Have a look at that. Have a look at the wheel marks across the road. Alan McDonald only 1.3 away. 3 different manufacturers on the podium. And Neil de Bruin made it 4 different manufacturers in the top 5. Warren Ibert made it 5 in the top 10. 3 Ferraris, 4 Fords, a McLaren, a Chev, and Aston. Oh boy.
I'm not sure if Thorn will like this or not, but he actually set the last lap's fastest lap.
Fastest lap of the race on the last lap?
Or just out of everybody, just for that lap, he did a 47.0, where Todd Suter did a 48.4. So
and yet he still ended up down in 12th.
Yeah, it'd be one of those ones where you're kicking himself where, what could have been.
Andrew Neil has seen himself out. We didn't even get a chance to say thank you to him, but we do appreciate you jumping in as always, mate. Thank you. Well done. We will see you live and free on Wednesday night. Now, no certainty that I'm here on Wednesday night yet. I'm still waiting to see if someone's going to cover my backside on Wednesday night, ladies and gentlemen. And I think Ipswich FC are still sitting there waiting patiently for me to give them an answer one way or another as to whether I'm going to be here commentating or there. I said if I can get a replacement for the GSRC, I'll be there. They got a pre-season trial with the Brisbane Roar and they wanted me to go along and do some spruiking, but I haven't been able to say yes or no yet because I'm waiting to see if the boys that covered for me last week are up to do it again, but we'll wait and see. There are the results for you. 1.3 the margin. Todd Suter over Alan McDonald. Liam Amos was 3rd. He joins us in just a moment in the Ford Mustang. And Dakin, De Bruin, Brennan, Shinkfield, Harvey, Dent and Ibert. Top, where'd we get to? 17 home on the lead lap. Scott Wooden had a big one. Jason Tierman had the drive through with the short track cut through episode. And Eduardo Zamora parked it up very late in the piece. 23 starters in this series. Good size field. Adam Lavis will have the results from the other splits for you very shortly. We'll run some numbers through. Liam Amos, just so you know, I will come to you in a moment, but we are standing by to hear from Greg Heaney with regards to some exciting news regarding this split, this series of racing GT3 going forward, and I'm going to let him break that to the audience in just a few moments' time. So if he jumps in and we're partway through having a chat with you, hang around because we will finish the chat. Harrison Den Brinker, the winner from Bo Cubis in... Oh, there you go. There you go. So the winning run continues for Harrison Den Brinker, and he makes it 3 from 3. An unbeaten start to the season for him. The winning run continues. I've got Greg Heaney now, so I'll go straight from Greg to Liam Amos, and we'll work our way around from there. Dave, stick with me because you'll probably want to hear what's about to go down as well. Bo Cubis in for second. Great result for him. Reece Keane, Richard Mitchum on the back of third last week, goes fourth this week. We then go back to Philip Worley, so he continues his consistent run in the Chev. Adam Wilson in for sixth. Michael Whiting, Luke King, Sam Blacklock, and Luke Page, the top 10. Very nice. So that answers the question of Turtle. Blacklock finished ninth. There you go. There's that answer for you. Lit up on screen for everybody to see. David Kirby's a winner again. Have a look at that. Is this Pro-Am?
Yes.
Thank you. Pro-Am from Nathan Michael, Jordan Pianozola, Daniel Piper and Travis Azzopardi, then Mark Heppel, Brad Coates, Michael Angus, Joel Farley and Anthony Cuthbert's in the top 10. The winning margin 3.1. Not bad at all. Kirby, they got 33 laps there as well. One incident point. I didn't actually see. Did we get to... I didn't look at the lap count for Pro. Did we get to 34 there, or did they get flagged at 33 as well? I didn't see that. But one incident point. Den Brinker, they did get to 34. See, I knew they'd get to 34 somewhere. See, so I was right on both counts. 33, 34 hedge your bets, but depending upon your server, depending upon where your bingo card number was, ladies and gentlemen. 34 laps in Pro, 33 in Pro-Am and Am. And David Kirby, a big win there for him in Pro-Am tonight. The Social Club Series, for the moment, Edward Rollo Van Goring, Martin Davis, Dale Sharp, Martin Pedersen, Colin Bennett, Callum Maxwell, Rick Wegener, Liam O'Connor, and Daz Miller, the top 10. Right, I've been teasing this throughout the course of the evening for the last 2.5 hours that we'd have some nice little exciting news on the way when one G. Henny, El Presidente, arrived into the commentary box. Jordan Pianozola, well done to you. Thorn Weggett, P2 for Allen. Harrison on the hat-trick. Let's go for Wild Ride. Fantastic. And that's a great result for Harrison Den Brinker as well. The fact that he's got 3 from 3 to start the season. Liam says Haley Jade. Jordan's very happy with himself with P3. How about that? And thanks, legends. Haven't done sim racing in 2 years, says Michael Brennan, and he was impressive tonight here in the AM split. We've had our first look at AM for the season. Next week we have our first look at the 2 splits that we haven't seen so far this term, of which Greg Heaney is part of. But he was quite happy with himself, ladies and gentlemen. I woke up after... Saw the World Cup final, fell asleep during the World Cup entertainment, mid-match entertainment. Woke up to a message from Greg Heaney, and all it says is, I've had my first win as El Presidente. So, obviously, this is only, about a week and a half into the tenure, Greg, and you're already notching up W's, which is a good sign for the 12 months ahead, despite the fact that you're a little bit worried that you also inherited a target, with a view to what we were talking about last week in GT1 and IndyCar. But this has got to do with GT3 and how it's going to look and feel and sound going forward. And it's not as big a change as what some people might be thinking, but I'm going to let you do the honours of informing everybody of the small subtle changes that are on the way.
Yeah, so obviously we couldn't get it done for tonight because obviously short turnaround and the committee meeting, the first committee meeting of the new committee was only yesterday. So obviously short turnaround, obviously Adam being on the buttons and everything like that, wouldn't have had time to get everything sorted. So with any luck, we have it sorted for next week, for next Monday night, with a rebranding of sorts for the GT3s. So now that we have 4 classes, 4 splits, we're going away from the Pro-Am, Am and Social Club. With it, we're going to align it to the FIA classifications. So we're going to go from nice. Pro is going to be renamed to Platinum. Pro-Am is going to go to Gold. Am is going to go to Silver. And the Social Club's going to go to Bronze.
Very nice.
So cue up the bro class jokes from Bathurst.
Although in saying that, right, so let's be perfectly honest about this. The Social Club GT3 series may therefore go down as the category that has served the least amount of time ever in the history of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. It's only been there named and tagged for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden it's getting a rebranding. But it makes sense, right? Obviously, in the future, if we go back to a 3 server format, a 3 split format, different story. But for the moment, it makes sense to accommodate the growth and adapt with it. And of course, everyone's now going to be asking, well, what's it going to look like on screen? I don't know what colour the platinum background's going to be, but I can only imagine that the other 3 are going to be gold, silver, and bronze. And that'll be up to Adam Lavis to work out once he goes back to the drawing board this week. But obviously, you were very happy to do away with the Social Club tag and give it a bit more of a professional sound, Greg.
Yeah, personally myself, I looked at it from the broader perspective here, and I had a couple of DMs, and I know Josh had also had a couple of DMs about the naming of it. So it was like, okay, well, we'll bring it up to a point of discussion at the committee meeting, and we'll go from there, and we'll see what comes of it. And yeah, I proposed that we rename it, and it was almost a unanimous yes, that sounds better. And obviously moving and evolving with the growth of the club, and I think Josh last night mentioned we had, I think, somewhere close to about a 20% growth over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
So it's exponential. It's just getting larger and larger, and obviously we've now got, I think, 1,000 humans on the Discord. So obviously discounting the bots that live within the Discord server. But yeah, it's got to grow and evolve with everything, and so a rebranding of the GT3 being the mainstay, and see how it all comes out in the wash.
And also important to note that is a human count as well. It doesn't also accommodate for the potential multiple personalities or individual egos that go with that as well. It is literally a human count that Greg was going with there. And I know people that openly admit to having multiple personalities, so I can run with that joke, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit late in the night. We can have a bit of a sense of humour about it. But in saying that, Greg, as well, I guess the other problem that we faced, just to give everybody an open slab of transparency, right, is that we had week 1 come and go. We had to accommodate an exorbitant growth in GT3. We did that with what is essentially now going to probably be referred to as a seat filler with the Social Club. But then obviously the issues presented to the committee regarding not being able to make these name changes until yesterday, and then obviously integrate them into week 4, comes with the fact that you had an AGM 1 week, and then, as you say, the first new committee meeting a week later. So we've adapted on the go, and it's been managed and handled very well. And now just a smidgen, a bit of TLC to be done between weeks. Obviously, it'll give it a new look on broadcast, lick of paint, but with that, that'll be the main changes. There won't be necessarily until it is required by Adam Lavis's matrix. There won't be too much in the way of changing of drivers in servers. Everyone's going to stay where they are. It's just going to look a little bit different when they arrive here. Is that right, Adam?
Well, the reallocations are open this week, so if someone is way out, there'll be some changes starting this week. But I was planning on doing a text announcement tomorrow or Wednesday before I did that, to try and sort it out in order.
So there you go. Spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen. We're breaking all sorts of news for you tonight. But yeah, those challenges that you guys have had to get through with timing and other things, Greg, hasn't made it any easier, but at least everybody's been very understanding. The Social Club tag, a seat filler, and now we go to something that is more universally synonymous with this format of racing.
Yeah, most definitely. And obviously I'd like to thank everybody that did show up for week 1, and obviously Josh was in charge at that point, but now I'm in that chair. So
Your head honcho, yes.
Yep. So I would like to thank everybody that did show up week one and absolutely gave us an absolute headache within the committee to try and figure out where on earth we're going to put everybody. I mean, it's a great problem to have.
Yeah.
However, trying to figure out what we're going to do on the fly with 20 minutes before the race kicks off was rather interesting.
Yes.
So we made the decisions like, okay, well, you guys go into there, you guys go into there, and you guys go into there. And then obviously after all of that, trying to shuffle everybody around, and then it's like, okay, well, we've got enough drivers now that we've effectively got to open up a fourth split, which kind of falls between the Pro-Am and the Social Club as it stands currently. So that's where the new AM split fell. So now that we're going to rebrand it all, it's going to, and obviously everybody that watches any form of GT racing across whatever channels and platforms you want to watch it on understands the FIA classifications. So it's a lot more synonymous. I'll get it out with this form of racing. So it kind of just fits.
Agreed. Very nicely done. Are you able to stick around and have a chat about your racing side of tonight a little bit later on?
I'll probably skip on that because Monza was an absolute, you know what. I'm like, yes, I'm on a 0x, and then all of a sudden green light goes out, and I'm on a 4x, and I'm in the pit lane. So that was an absolute bag of it.
Was VIR any better, Greg?
Yeah, Dale and I started off the back row, and then finished out of 39 cars I think we had in the Pro-Am split. We managed to, with saving fuel and managing to drag an extra lap out of it, I managed to come home in 21st, I think it was. Nathan Michael finishing second, Trav finishing fifth, so well done to those boys. Matty didn't have a great one. I think his one was just a little bit slow. I don't think he'd adapted the car to the heat of the track, because I think we were on about a 53 or 58 degree track by about halfway through. It was an absolute roasting out there. The tyres felt like we might as well have been on wet. And then, so in all, it wasn't completely terrible. So we'll come back next week, and hopefully it's a little bit cooler, and see how we go.
And obviously, for the benefit of those of you that do pay attention to our social media updates each week, where we give you the broadcast schedule, because there have been changes to the GT3 mould since the start of the season. When we go and give you the week 4 broadcast schedule, we'll also put 2 extra slides in there. One will be the updated broadcast schedule for GT3, because obviously with the old 3-split format, we had scheduled a pro race broadcast tonight, but obviously it became the AM split because we've now got to accommodate the 4th split, which, as you know, from next week will be known as bronze. So there'll be changes. A, to show you the difference between what it was named, what it's going to be named, and then the second one will be to show you the updated broadcast schedule with regards to when you'll see all 4 splits featured as the headline act on any given broadcast. And there are still 11 races to come this season, so plenty of action still to cover. Greg, thank you. Hopefully next week you can at least get off the line at the Red Bull Ring, but if you don't in race 1, at least you get 2 bites at the cherry there.
Yeah, well, he's hoping.
And that had nothing to do with you having a target on your back either. That was just unfortunate.
Oh, no,
too.
that was...
No.
Yeah, it was just 2 cars into one. I watched it back, and I'm like...
that was never going to work.
That just wasn't going to work. Like, I obviously saw the car on my left, and I gave him space, and then next minute I've got a car on my nose. I'm like, where on earth did you come from? And I'm then facing in the wall.
Indeed. And the other thing as well is hopefully for the rest of the stable we see some good results through the rest of the week. We'll see you on track Wednesday night, and I know we'll see you in the V's on Thursday night, mate. So we're looking forward to that, and I'll obviously catch up with you then.
No worries. Cheers.
There he is, Greg Heaney. Short, sharp and sweet tonight, but with some exciting news going forward for what the GSRC GT3 servers will look like with Thanks to Waste Options in the weeks ahead. I'm a little bit disappointed because gold doesn't look the same as yellow, but it'll have to suffice. I was looking forward to having the GSRC Social Series on broadcast next week because it's got the yellow background and the yellow graphics and everything else. Not even going to get a run. Very good stuff. But yes, all those changes will reconfirm all of that in social media posts over the course of the next 7 days. So all of those changes, who goes up and down splits, that'll obviously become known to members internally by Adam Lavis by the end of this week. But yes, as if Adam Lavis wasn't already busy enough at the start of Term 3, now he's going through and recolour coding all the 4 splits accordingly with the new changes. I'll be interested to see what colour he sits on with regards to the platinum status. In the meantime, let's start this post-race show with the driver interviews aspect of it as we normally would. Dave Oliver's still here. We'll hear from him at the end. David Kirby's in the house after winning the Pro-Am split earlier in the evening. Jonas Deggan's here as well. Now, I'm just trying to pick up where I mentioned Jonas. I didn't in... I don't think I did mention him in GT3M. I mentioned him in Formula Renault 3.5, so we'll get his thoughts on that. Thorn Weggett, there goes my drop round. He was doing well. You were, absolutely. Fell asleep mentally like the tyres, he says. Interesting. And MJS Stories Car 307, David Kirby called to scrutineering. Michael Angus raising concerns around aero or horsepower discrepancies between the two teammates. So some multi-21 rubbish going on there. And and Andrew Neil already lobbying for Kirby to be elevated and promoted up into pro, whilst at the same time trying to get himself demoted, I must say, as well. Good on you, Andrew Neil. Very well done. Sorry, it didn't take long to get back into the comments section, did he? Have a look at this. Thank you, Michael Angus, for chiming in there as well. Although I might ask David Kirby where Thai beef comes into the equation there in a few moments' time. But I want to firstly chat to... with no disrespect to you guys, I want to get to Jonas and I want to get David Kirby in just a few moments. But I want to start with Liam Amos because he's been sitting there patiently since jumping out of the car. Interesting race for you, mate. In the thick of it, I think it's fair to say, but a nice result to finish it off. Just unfortunately, 10 seconds down the road from the guys that ended up 1 and 2. But you were the best Mustang on the night and brought it home with the podium. Well done. Liam, lights are on, no one's home. I can see you lighting up.
There we
there.
go. Fixed it. You can hear me now?
There we go. Oh, how good's a mute button?
Oh, it's the best. It's the best. You couldn't hear me snoring before.
Oh, brilliant. Well, hang on. Snoring because of who, me or Heaney?
Oh, nah, no one in particular.
Oh, good. I was going to say, Adam.
I switched off when I got sad about the yellow disappearing as well. So
yeah, correct. I was going to say, be very careful how you dig your own grave there with that answer. I was leaving it all wide over there for you to throw me or Heaney under the bus, and you went the right way about that. Thank you very much. Talk to me about the positives of the on-track, mate, because that was a really solid drive.
Yeah, thank you. The temps tonight, I think, were the biggest challenge for everyone out there, especially in the Mustang. I think the front left sat at like 103 degrees the entire time, and it was like driving on ice towards the second half. So, I mean, after a very, very sad Renault 3.5 race, I'm very happy to somehow floor a P3.
Oh, hang on. El Presidente's just walked back into the booth. So he's obviously heard his name being spoken about. Yes, Greg?
I was just jumping back in. I didn't put you to sleep, did I?
No.
I'll leave you boys to it.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. No, we already clarified that. I love it. Fantastic. Harrison Denbury gets 3 in a row in the pro split. Yes, let's go. That'll be platinum split next week for you. And the Miller Motorsport stable referring to you as the GOAT, Liam. Any reason for that?
Nah, I think he's my #1 fan, apparently. He sits in there.
Correct.
I rep his brand on my... Oh, not on this livery, but on the 3.5. His brand's on there, so he's a die-hard #1.
Now that brings with it an interesting point of discussion, right? So we've just seen you make the most of Kurt Nomenson's mistake there. You've been able to get through on him. We're watching the replay, of course, here and now. Interesting night of racing that. Let's talk about the juggling act for you, going from the 3.5, which is a handful in its own right, and then into the GT3. How are you enjoying that juggle?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. Like the first 2 weeks, it was an absolute nightmare. But I think I did a little bit of practice Saturday and Sunday, and I made sure to do, if I was doing 3.5, straight away it was into the GT3, because it's just a challenge, especially here. Like the lack of downforce, which is crazy to say to a GT3 car, is just like it's night and day. So definitely it's a bit of a struggle, but it's a fun challenge, that's for sure.
And the other thing too, I mean, it was mentioned there in the comments, and I'm just trying to remember who made the comment. You had your hands full there towards the end of the race. The boys, Jordan Dakin, I think it was, throwing the kitchen sink at you, but you were able to withstand that pressure. So I'll come back to Formula Renault 3.5, but let's talk about consolidating and withstanding the pressure and bringing it home in one piece to secure that podium, mate, because really, had you so much as put one foot wrong, podium falls by the wayside, as a couple of our guys found out tonight the hard way. And Jordan would have been in here having a chat with us and crowing.
Yeah, it was. There was a few points where I started to make mistakes, and I had the boys in my ear just kind of being like, "Come on, just breathe," and that's what I did. And I guess take a few breaths. I think probably mid race when I took my first pit stop, I changed my tyres and had a lot more speed over some people, and that got my head, I guess, a bit hot. Started trying to make moves that might not have been 100% doable, just because I had that speed and I wanted to get it done before my tyres cooked. So, but yeah, just having to breathe, because that conclusion to the race definitely could have gone peachy on those tyres.
Indeed, strategy was quite interesting as well, but really you were able to fend off. I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Because we're talking about Ferrari dominating up front. We're talking about you guys in the Mustangs. There were three of you in the top 10. Lachlan Shinkfield, Michael Brennan and Nathan Harvey was in there at one point as well. So the Mustang is competitive, but the trick is to keep your nose clean. Brennan had an all right run, but I think Harvey copped an invoice at one point. Shinkfield had a little bit of a run in as well. So it's nice and competitive, but you've got to ride your luck sometimes. You were able to do that tonight. You were able to break clear of them and withstand the pressure. The podium's the reward, mate. How do you go about building on that momentum taken out of tonight and running with it through the next few weeks?
Yeah, just I guess keep consistent with the practice. Next is Adelaide, which I'm terrified of. I just struggle. The street circuit is just not my friend in these things, so fully prepared for that to be a drop round and not let the emotions get to me there, and I guess just keep the practice up and keep the head down and avoid incidents.
You mentioned Adelaide being a sprint round, but I should point out, for the benefit of the audience at home, it's back-to-back sprint rounds now, mate. The Hockenheimring after that, which brings with it its own challenges as well. That's not the easiest racetrack to master, but I'm so glad we're going there for sprint racing, because as a sprint circuit, it's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, it's complete opposite for me. I adore Hockenheim. I think it's great. It's just really, really fun to drive, especially in GT3 or anything with a bit of downforce. I love it. So I'm definitely excited for that.
How do you feel about someone like Johnny Banach wedging his way in here tonight? First time he's lined up in the series. He only brought the Formula Renault 3.5 the other day, I should say. Sorry, I am struggling to wrap my tongue around my words tonight. And then he goes out there and blitzes the competition by 5 seconds. That makes it hard, doesn't it, when you've had 4 races, 3 weeks, 4 different race winners, 3 different round winners, and the goalposts keep moving each and every week, but more so when somebody comes in, first cab off the rank, there, bang, straight to the top of the summit.
Yeah, especially in the Renault, because it's like in iRacing, it's such an old car that I kind of got the impression initially that anyone who didn't own it wouldn't really commit to it, and I guess I've been proven wrong, because there are some absolute weapons in there. And I might have like my G61 and I'll have a look at the lap times and spy on some people and be like, oh, that's not bad, and then I'll get in the session and be blitzed by 3 seconds in quali. So yeah, it's definitely a surprise.
I won't keep you too much longer, because if I do, David Kirby will probably escape from the commentary box like he did, I think, last time he was in here to have a chat to us. We're a little bit too... We were talking past Kirby's bedtime. He was going to be the next guest and we didn't get to him, so I need to get to him very quickly. Otherwise, he'll be parked up next to his pillow. And then, of course, I don't want to keep Jonas Deggan all night either. But let's talk about Formula Renault next week as well, mate, while I've got you. Red Bull Ring Sprint Racing. So sprint racing across the board next week. You've already cited your concerns with regards to Adelaide and GT3. How do you feel about the Red Bull Ring?
Red Bull Ring should be fun. It's definitely going to be... I think it'll be really good in the 3.5s with the DRS. It'll allow for some pretty fun overtaking, some decent straights to get by there. So, compared to Monza and T1, I don't have a Monza T1 to deal with. So, I'm already more excited for that.
Correct. I mean, Christ, there were 8 mechanical meatball flags handed out in that race after lap 1, turn 1, and I think turn 2 triggered a couple as well. And as you heard from Greg Heaney, even the start line. So, yes, I think everyone will be breathing a sigh of relief that they don't need to worry. David will need to take a week off work after that drive just to recover. He's an old boy, says Michael Angus, throwing his teammate gladly under the bus. Oh, the banter's back. The friendly fire is back. We absolutely love it. Bit of sledging on a Monday night. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because the Red Bull Ring brings with it its own potential trip hazards as well. So I guess we're probably expecting a cleaner turn 1, but you don't have a small incident at that circuit either.
Yeah, now that you say as well, I'm a bit terrified of the last 2 corners, especially. There might be some almighty sends to keep an eye out for there, I'm sure.
I reckon there will be indeed. Where else are you popping up throughout the course of the week, mate? Where else are you having a steer, or is it just these 2 on a Monday night?
No, I'll be back for P Cup to look forward to. I think that's... I forgot what track that is now. But
that's awesome at the moment, isn't it? It's Watkins Glen for sprint racing, but it's awesome at the moment that we're all in with the 2 splits, but at the same time, the numbers, they've cropped up from nowhere. Yeah,
it's fun, and it with that big of a split, being someone not exactly quicker than most, it's competitive and it's fun. You just wheel to wheel pretty much non-stop. Porsche Cup can be a bit of a snooze fest sometimes if the gaps start to build. But yeah, so far every round we've had has been pretty fun on track.
Indeed. And lastly, I'm just looking at the points here. Adam's crunching them as we speak. And provisionally, I'm looking at it. I mean, this is all before all the changes come in with anyone being promoted, demoted, etc. and so forth. But as it sits, provisionally, you're sitting 6th. And that's with your first podium finish of the season, and by far and away your best finish of the season as well. Where are the goalposts with a view to the overall finishing position in 7 weeks' time, Liam?
I think if honestly anything can happen, we keep practicing. A top 3 is the goal. If I can be the first person to win silver, that'll be very, very happy. So I guess that'll be my goal.
We needed another Puyong at. He's of course talking about. Cars getting a little bit taily and uncomfortable through Puyong at Spa, of course, is the Miller Motorsport stable. Hey, Liam, been good to have you in here for a chat. I think everybody will echo your sentiments with regards to the tyre temperature and the tyre... Oh, actually, that's a fair point. We should probably ask you about that moment. Have you heard anything from race control with regards to that little run in there? Was it with Lachlan Shinkfeld at the end of the back straight?
No, I haven't heard anything. Might get something out of that. Let's keep my head down and hopefully nothing comes of that one. That was a prime example of I've got new tyres, I need to make this move that was just never going to happen.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, I didn't hear... I heard a lot of stuff being called in, but I didn't actually hear a hell of a lot in return from race control, so I'm not sure if anyone was there ready to rock and roll or not to adjudicate on the go, but I'm sure you'll be hearing about it if it's a post-race situation. But yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Mega commitment required, 2 going into 1, that little kink in the circuit as it goes right, then back left, and left back right. But in the end, whatever comes of that comes of it. I think everyone will echo your sentiments with regards to the tyre temperatures and the tyre wear and the deterioration and everything else. The track temp was through the roof tonight. Hopefully that won't be the case next week in Adelaide.
Yeah, well, if it's realistic weather, it should be pretty freezing, so that should be nice.
Correct.
But then again, it means I'm gonna have to deal with cold tires for a little bit longer there, which is scary in its own right.
Jordan Pianazzola's just made his way into the booth. He'll be able to verify that from on the ground in Adelaide that it will be freezing. And I'm no stranger to making a joke with regards to the temperature of South Australia at the best of times. So, but that's for completely different reasons. It's got nothing to do with the Bureau of Meteorology whatsoever. I can see Jordan waiting to chop at the bit there. We'll get to him in a moment.
Yeah, all right, Zach. All righty.
Liam Amos, thank you to you, mate. Appreciate that. Who would you like to thank before I let you go?
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the boys at SRB, sponsors as well, Racelift, Kenneth Tire. I got a new one on my Renault Whirl, so thank you to all those. Thanks to the family that's tuned in, and obviously GSRC for hosting everything. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Very nicely done, mate. Thank you to you as well. And it's interesting to note because our mate WnS is also doing the double as well with Liam in that he's running Formula Renault 3.5 and then he's running GT3 as well. So we'll hear from him about that very shortly and get it from his standpoint and see how similar or not it is to what Liam had to say. Dave Oliver's just exited stage left for the night. We thank him very much for his insights there throughout the course of the GT3 AM race. Good to get a driver's take on things when they're not in the cockpit, and we look forward to catching up with him either later in the season in another co-commentary capacity or hopefully post-race one night when he finally gets back out there on the black stuff. On the subject of Dave's, let's go to North Queensland. Well past his bedtime. You often hear him or see him throwing bait in my general direction, ladies and gentlemen. Shade in my vicinity with regards to being past his bedtime during the winter months, because when we get to summer, he technically races an hour and 112 years earlier than everybody else on the eastern seaboard. David Kirby, how nice it is to see you back on the platforms of the GSRC. Firstly, with a view to the fact that you are back in business, and secondly, it's not in a supercar, it's in a GT3. There's been some changes there because we so often synonymously associate you with the supercar, and now you find yourself in victory lane, mate, and everybody's lobbying for you to be promoted up into the bloody what's going to be known as the platinum split. All going fair and rosy in your world. Good evening.
Hello, how are we?
Well, mate, I mean...
Can we get a time check?
Yeah, we can. It's 13 past 10 Eastern Standard. So that makes it 13 past 8 on the West Coast and 13 past midnight. Hello, happy Tuesday morning to our Kiwi audience. Remembering, IndyCar kicks in at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern Standard Time. So I'm hoping everyone will get a few hours sleep before the IndyCar race kicks in. There's your time check. I know you'll be asking for them more frequently when we get to October. But let's talk about the racing, mate. Nice to see you back out there in a GT3, but this is a new challenge for you because you spent so long applying your trade in the supercar, and sometimes a change can be as good as a holiday.
Yeah, thanks, mate. When the Gen 3 came out, it just went down the toilet. Had no fun with it. So I just wanted to do something different. I was actually not getting on the sim, and so went to GT3 and just trying to learn.
Well, I was going to say the other thing there as well. I'm not sure if it's your end or mine, but it's a little bit hit and miss. But we'll work on it. We'll work through it. Maybe a push to talk thing. I'm not sure, but let's also explore a couple of things here.
I've fixed it now.
Thank you. Yeah, that sounded much better, Kerb. Let's talk about a couple of things here because you mentioned having some time out of the sim. I'm actually not surprised to hear you say that with regards to Gen 3 because I'm hearing it frequently, regularly across the... Like, so many people are saying the same thing at the moment, that in the sense that either the Gen 3 is a bit of a slog, some of them are put it in the too hard basket, some of them have become a bit bored with it, tired of it, and I get it. You can have too much of a good thing, and they spend so much time in there that it's occasionally good to branch out and try something else and increase your versatility. But why do you think we're hearing that so much with regards to the car that's viewed as the pinnacle of Australian motorsport?
Not 100% sure. Look, for me, back summer, and I keep on cutting out, I think.
Yeah, you are. Yep, but that's all right. We'll push on. We'll keep going. We'll try and sort it out as we go.
But got in the way in through summer, doing 12, 13-hour days. The Gen 3 was just, you just can't pass, you can't do, it's just really hard for me to drive. So I made the switch over to GT3s, and yeah, absolutely loving it, and just loving learning the car.
Indeed, and Michael Angus taking some credit for it as well. The fact that he got you back out there.
Yes, he did.
But let's be honest, right? Work keeps you busy. Family life keeps you busy. Supporting the Cowboys keeps you busy. Preparing for the latest weather event in North Queensland keeps you busy. And am I right or wrong in saying starring on television also keeps you busy as well?
Yeah.
Did I not see you pop up on Network 10?
Yeah, it was on the news. Oh, yes. Yes, experiment. We did that, I think, last year or the year before, where we were able to have a yes day and we had to say yes to everything. So
yeah, my niece is still waiting for that day in our household. Not because she saw the show, but just because she thinks that money grows on trees and the world's an oyster. And I have to be the bad guy, Curbs. I have to go in and say to her, listen, I'm preparing you from a very young age to brace yourself because life is full of disappointment. So Uncle Zach won't be saying yes to everything, to the point where I now refuse to take her shopping more than once a year because it just does my head in. You walk into the supermarket, Uncle Zach, can I have one of everything? In fact, I don't even think Uncle's in her vocabulary very often unless she's truly sucking up. But that's another story. It's interesting, isn't it? It's a good experiment, obviously. Television's full of that stuff. You can go. I reckon you can go and watch Kirby and his family do their best on 10 Place. So go and check that out. And if you've got him on socials, you've already seen the links to that anyway as well. How are you finding that transition? Let's talk more about motor racing now. How are you finding that transition to GT3, mate? What are you liking? What aren't you liking?
What I like most is the fact if you do have an error or something like that, you can actually race your way. And I'm really struggling with this push to talk. You can make an error and you can actually race past. There's draft, there's actual racing involved.
Yeah. And can I ask as well?
I'm trying to get this working.
No, that's all right. We'll push on. We'll do our best with you, and then obviously if we have to put it in the too hard basket, we will. But I want to just go down my leaderboard here. I'm just trying to find where you're situated at the moment because I have no relative context until I go down to. Oh, there you are, David Kirby, Ford Mustang. So that's the next point for you because I'm seeing your teammates also in the Ford. So have you done an exorbitant amount of testing or gone and had a look at some of the other cars available to you, or was it a pretty clear-cut decision to go with the Ford from the outset, mate?
We pretty much started with I started with the Ferrari, and then obviously they were going with the Ford, so ended up going with the Ford as well.
Because you had the Ferrari at Le Mans last term when we saw you make a cameo, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
Very nicely done. And your teammates graced us with his presence in the booth as well, so hopefully...
oh God, look out.
Hopefully the push to talk's a little bit better at his end. We'll get to him in a moment. That being said, 3 rounds into the new term, a Pro-Am race win. What do you put it down to? Was it strategy? Was it the fact that you like VIR? Was it the fact that the Ford Mustang was the car to beat in your particular split? A combination of all of the above? Dave, what do you put it down to, mate? I mean, you must be wrapped with the result.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I had last week off, so was able to put in a lot of time. So putting in a lot of time last week. I did the 3-hour enduro solo on Saturday night. And I think that sort of really helped because I didn't take tyres then, so I ran a 3-hour stint. on the one set, and then same again tonight, one set the entire race.
Jordan makes a pretty good point, but that's an Adam Lavis thing, and he's busy working on points matrices and other things at the moment. If he can remove that permission, then I'm sure he'll happily do so. But he can let me know, and he can let me know in the earpiece once that has happened. Great result, and promising going forward, mate. The fact that you've got back into the swing of things, you've taken to it like a duck to water, essentially, because there's always that period, right, of being a little bit rusty and dusty, blowing off the cobwebs, so to speak, and that doesn't seem to be an issue here for you.
Well, if you saw lap one last week, as Jacob was talking about, so I put it on pole and then looped at lap one.
Oh, God. Thank you, Adam Lavis. You should be able to turn off the push-to-talk curves. We should be able to then have a coherent sort of discussion. There we go. Beautifully done. Thank you, Adam Lavis, on the fly there. I know Jordan hasn't got push-to-talk because why would he when he does the play-by-play commentary for us? I must admit, I was so glad, boys, just to give you a little bit of backlog and history here. I was so pleased when we finally got push-to-talk removed for me in central commentary here 26 seasons ago, the start of the very first season in 2020, because all that was popping up on my computer at the end of the night was a document or whatever, or wherever my keypad was talking to, there was just a sea of the letter that I had assigned to push to talk at the time. I was so pleased to never have to see the light of day of having to do push to talk ever again. But let's talk more about next week, mate, because obviously this is a turnaround result, season back on track. How do you feel about the rest of the calendar, and how do you feel about your chances, starting with the streets of Adelaide, but then obviously the rest of the calendar more broadly?
Look, I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously back at work this week now, so the level of commitment and practice will drop considerably. But really looking forward to Adelaide, and just putting and trying to get better with these cars. Like I said, put in a lot of work this week with the time up my sleeve to do so. Am I quick next week? I don't know. There was a lot of guys tonight that were really pushing me. I had to really make sure that I didn't make any errors like I have done in the last two rounds, because I was up there or thereabouts, and then just threw it away through my own silly mistake. So I was able to put together a decent night tonight, to top all three sessions, and then to put an incident, maybe one off track through the race. But no mistakes. So worked on that. Looking forward to putting that into next week now, and obviously the weeks ahead. But to get a win, I'm stoked. It's only my third ever league race win, and second with the GSRC. So many years of trying, but finally got there, and hopefully we can push for an inaugural championship at the end.
We know Michael Angus keeps himself busy as well, which we'll hear from him about very shortly after we've touched base with Jonas and Jordan, Double J. Sorry, I'm not meaning to give a radio station a free plug, but that's just what it is. And then Michael Angus to follow. We know he keeps himself busy as well, but it must have been nice after a little bit of a sabbatical, mate, to get the Fishy Motorsport band back together.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the boss man Mike Whiting running up there in Pro Split, or I think what's it been called?
Platinum next week.
Yep. So, and then obviously got Chris Miller, Brett Wardby, Michael Angus and myself, and Troy Maguire all having a run. But it was only the three of us tonight, unfortunately. But no, I think I did see somewhere that Brett had ran in the wrong split.
Easily done.
He wasn't in Discord with us, so I didn't know if he was racing or not. But it's great to go racing with all the boys. So, it's what we love doing. And I think we've all sort of kind of migrated over to the GT3s, or the GT class of cars, I guess. Especially with Enduros like Spa, Daytona, Le Mans, all that. So we all obviously get in and get around each other and get the job done.
And it's not like you were ever a stranger to that form of racing, but now it's your main bread and butter, isn't it? So, I mean,
Yeah,
you were obviously very familiar with it. You'd dabbled in it occasionally, but now this is the main way in which you go about your sim racing, mate. So, and already the results are showing for the work that's been put in, which is really good to see.
Yeah, look, I'm actually excited, and the motivation to jump in the sim now is probably 15 times higher than it was, 3 months ago. Where I just wanted to come home and I just didn't want to touch it. I didn't turn it on for like 2 weeks at a time.
Yeah.
And everything, and we just shot people on Warzone and played golf on the other computer, and now we're playing Mecha Chameleon or some stupid game that's doing my head in.
Oh,
but
brilliant.
Yeah, it's great to go back racing. It's great to do it with good friends and stuff like that as well, and people that I class as family. So to get out there each and every week now and do the practice and put the effort in, and tonight's result definitely showed that.
Now, the other thing as well, we should point out too, is that we've still got obviously our supercar offering here, but as Kirby's already proven, you can have too much of a good thing. You mentioned the golf. Well done to the Kiwi. How nice was it to see a Trans-Tasman victor in the British Open overnight? Obviously, we're sitting there waiting for the FIFA World Cup final to come on. What else is on? Oh, the golf's on. Oh, a Kiwi's winning. Excellent. And already this morning...
I've got no idea. I'm just trying to beat Angus in a round on EA Sports.
Yeah, exactly. And this afternoon, typical us as we do, Billy Brownless on Triple M's Rush Hour in Melbourne, because I like to listen to the Melbourne edition. Especially come summertime, because I can listen to it at 4 o'clock Eastern rather than having to wait till 5 o'clock for the local one. It's just, and you knew that was coming, I'm sure. But I couldn't help but notice they were very quick to say, we'll claim him as one of our own, as we do with all the Kiwis that have any sort of success anywhere in the world.
Absolutely.
And only 35 years after Ian Baker Finch was victorious in the Open at the very same golf course, which was good to see as well. So it has been an enormous sporting weekend. Thoughts on how you might fare in Adelaide in sprint race mode, mate?
No, looking forward to it. I've been looking at it. Looks like, what is it, a invert top 10 for the feature, so that'll definitely make things interesting. On how you play, the heat race to start with, but at the end of the day, I want to go as fast as I can, get better and everything as well, and really get a handle around these cars, and looking forward to it.
All right, very nicely done. Who would you like to thank before I let you go, mate? As I said, I needed to get in before you exited stage left, but it was good
start
to
work
catch
at
up.
6 a.m. So no, that's all right. No, I just want to thank obviously all the boys in Fishy, for jumping in and racing each week, etc. as well, and just having a good old laugh. West End Motor Group, Infinity Designs, DC Shades, Battery Warehouse, Ellie Beach, Matt Whittaker Electrical, and Michael Angus Digital, and of course you can catch all my streams on Harlan Esports.
Indeed you can. Of course, it's nice. Sometimes you'll see me question whose YouTube handle does something belong to, or does a certain comment belong to, ladies and gentlemen, and some of the guys will come back with who it is behind the username. Thankfully with Kirby and Angus, I've known those boys long enough that I knew exactly who it was, exactly when they commented, and off we went. So
it's always good fun with you, Zach. It's glad to be back.
It's just brainwave after a period of time. Terrific to have you back, mate. Great to see you out there. Better yet, good to see you bagging some strong results, and hopefully it bodes well when you'll be on broadcast next week in the feature as well, if you don't get bumped up in the meantime.
Don't bump me up, don't do
that. Go well, buddy. Good to catch up as per usual.
Yep. Just one last thing. Just want a big shout out to Nathan and Jordan. I was watching Jordan come, and I thought he was going to be my biggest threat tonight. He's had some good pace, so nice drive, boys.
Indeed it was. We'll get to Jordan Pianazzola in just a moment. And we were talking about the rarity of seeing, things like Aston Martins and Chevs and bloody Acuras up there doing their thing. And what does Jordan roll out to bag a result with? The Audi, ladies and gentlemen. We will get to him very shortly. Jonas, is it Jonas or Jonas? Because I hedged my bets and I'm 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You might be able to steer me in the right direction, please.
Yeah, it depends on where you're from.
That's what I thought.
Valid
Yeah.
choices, absolutely.
Great to have you in here, mate, because it's very rare that we get a chance to chat to you. But it's great to see that you also do the double on a Monday night. You're competing in our GT3 series, but also Formula Renault 3.5. Give us the Jonas background, because let's be honest, we like to introduce our audience to a new voice when they make their way into the booth. But you've been with us for a while, and we're always mentioning you and talking about you, but it's nice to see you pushing up the leaderboard.
Yeah, so I started racing about a year ago, a lot of the GT3s, and I found this place, I think, about January. I wanted to find a place to race a league, needed something for the time zone in Japan, and I've been loving it here.
And we're absolutely loving having you here as well, mate, because obviously we've already got a presence through members in Asia, in that part of the world, through Richard Mitchum in Singapore, who is, of course, our favourite English expat, and now we've got you over there in Japan. So you'd be looking forward to any Japanese stop on the tour, no doubt, because you'd be familiar with those tracks and that real estate. But it's interesting, right? Because you were just mentioning about this being you're still in your infancy as far as the sim racing journey is concerned. The fact that you've been around for about a year now, when some of these guys have been here for 6 years and more, how did you find the world of sim racing in the outset, mate? What lured you into sim racing, period? Because obviously a lot of these guys have a connection in some way, shape or form, some dating back many years more than others. But what drew you in the first place?
Well, I've always loved, watching it, and, old school PlayStation games and so on. I started 2 years ago with iRacing on a controller, which was sketchy to say the least.
Yes.
But it was enough fun for me to figure out that I actually wanted to do it. So that was how it started. I figured out I really like this. It's fun. I can't race anybody because I don't have the control on a controller. So, took about 6 months off or something, got myself a rig, came back and had to relearn everything, driving an actual wheel and pedals and everything, but it's been tons of fun.
And obviously, in the long run, mate, firstly, we can verify your comments about the control being sketchy at best. Just ask Chapo. Dating back to last term when he was over in, I think he was in Thailand at the time, and he was trying to drive with a controller. That was sketchy to the point of ugly. But from your standpoint, obviously the investment that was made to save up to get the proper rig set up to be able to go sim racing more prominently, more frequently, that investment has been worthwhile in the long run.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm loving it. It's great.
So I guess it's interesting, right? Because obviously you are our link to that part of the world, and my first thought when you talk about being from Japan in this day and age, the first driver that comes to mind from this vintage is Takuma Sato. But beyond Takuma, who are the racing idols for you?
Well, I don't really have any. I didn't start, enjoying this until recently. I don't watch a lot of real motorsports. I mean, the closest you're probably gonna get is, the classic Max Verstappen Formula One kind of thing.
Yep. Interesting. Okay, so let's talk more about tonight. Let's talk more about Formula Renault 3.5, because obviously you've gone GT3 racing in the past, but now you're starting to spread the wings and fly a little bit more. We're seeing you pop up in more categories as we go. What are you most enjoying? Because that Formula 3.5 universally has been received as a bit of a handful by those that we've asked about it. How are you finding that challenge?
Yeah, so it's quite fun because I've been doing the GT3s for a couple seasons now, and I started doing Formula this weekend, the Vs and the 1600, I think. And I just had a ton of fun doing it, so it's like, oh, this thing is coming up, and thought, why not try it? So I bought the 3.5 this evening, jumped in the race. That's why I started from pit lane. I didn't want to ruin anything. You know how Monza is with T1 and everything. So
They wrecked on the start line. Yes, we know exactly. Yes. Keep going.
Yeah, so I just thought, I'm just going to go in there, try out the car, have some fun. Obviously, the pace was way down. Had to learn. I knew the track, but I had to learn everything about the car, and so I just wanted to try it out.
And now that you've sampled it, are you inclined? Because Thorn Leggett's just saying here in the chat thread, you've caught the formula bug. Are you back for more now that you've had a taste of it?
I am absolutely loving that car. It is so much fun to drive, like really. And
you'd be happy too, because the final round of that series, if memory serves, Suzuka, and for 45 minutes as well. So you'll have a chance to get really well acquainted with it on that occasion.
Yeah, that sounds great. You say all the Japanese tracks, I absolutely hate Fuji, but other than that, I'm all in on the rest of them. So
what's wrong with Fuji?
Oh man, we always drive it with the chicane, and there is even an option to drive it without the chicane, and I just hate that chicane so much.
Excellent. I just saw Michael Engels pop in and pop back out, and he popped back up in the green room, so I'm hoping he's sticking around. And we'll catch up with him in a few moments. Possibly. That's all right. He can mute the microphone and eat the food on the way, because we'll keep chatting with WnS, and we'll get to him and Jordan Pianazola in just a few moments. The longer we drag this out, the more opportunity we have of giving everybody some updated championship points and everything else at the end of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. So stay with us for that. Talk to me about GT3, please, sir, because at the end of the day, I asked Liam Amos about this earlier, right? That juggle, jumping between the Formula Renault 3.5 and the GT3. How do you handle that tonight? Because they're polar opposite race cars. One being a tin top, one being an open wheeler, of course.
I handled that quite poorly. I think that showed in the practice session and the qualifying. It felt really strange going back to a GT3 after been driving the Formula car. The pace was definitely down. I had to readjust to the downforce and the amount of turning and so on. Yeah. So the GT3 race quickly became a poor quali, and with Virginia being it's so difficult to overtake, you don't have a lot of places to do it. Everything quickly shifted to more of a strategy, save fuel, stay in the slipstream, new tires and so on to try and get some times elsewhere.
So on that subject, let me ask you this. Do you feel as though the more you do the double and the more you juggle two different cars on the same night and quickly turn it around from completing a race in one and jumping in behind the wheel of the other, do you feel as though you'll get more used to and more comfortable with the idea of switching around so quickly, and therefore in the long run you'll be able to adapt a lot quicker than you were tonight?
I think so. Yeah, it'll require some practice going back and forth, but I'm pretty confident that in the long term it'll be okay.
Harrison Denbrinker just saying that you did a Giga job. I'm not sure that actually Giga's higher than Mega, so yeah, he's reinventing the English language there. He's saying you did a Giga job, getting to P13 from the pits, and we can only applaud that as well. One thing I do want to ask you about with regards to, because we've already covered off Formula Renault 3.5, and that was a really good job that you did there, getting through the field, obviously avoiding all the carnage, arriving on scene at turn one, to having already seen the carnage has gone left and right, and you can just work your way through. That was much to your advantage, no doubt. But when we talk about GT3, mate, 13th and 13th, the first two rounds that you've managed to finish, you had a non-DNF at Spa, but 13th, if nothing else, you're consistent at the moment. Talk to me about the selection process, because you've gone for the Ferrari, which, as Harrison has already proven, seems to be the car to beat at the moment in GT3.
Yeah, I did the Mustang last season. I did an experiment because I was driving the Porsche in the first season, and I thought it was time to try something different. Porsche is kind of a unique car. I tried the Mustang for another season. That did not fit my driving style at all. So I kind of ended up with either the Ferrari or the McLaren. They kind of have a similar driving style. And I ended up picking the Ferrari. I feel like it's a little safer on cold tires compared to the McLaren. So that's kind of what I ended up with.
All right, very nicely done. Just a couple more questions for you before we go to Michael Angus and Jordan Pianazola. But before that, some breaking news just in 25 minutes ago to my inbox, ladies and gentlemen. The FIFA World Cup rankings and standings. Australia have been classified as 22nd at the FIFA World Cup, despite the fact that we got bundled out in the round of 32. So that's not too bad. I'll be interested to see what that means for the rankings per se. And New Zealand were down there in 40th. And let's be honest, Japan were 21st, so at least the Japanese have had one victory on us today, Jonas. But the interesting thing in all of that is I was so disappointed that Brazil and Japan both met in the round of 32, because I would have loved both teams to get to the round of 16, but then without that we probably don't get the Norway fairy tale story that we got either. It was an extraordinary World Cup, and I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as I did. But why SBS didn't have Neve Owens hosting the final coverage? I mean, that's like having Brad Minnie in the ranks and making him 12th man like fair dinkum. I'm not sure what was going on there, but anyway, it's done for another year, and now we can go back to focusing on the rest of the Tour de France and the Commonwealth Games and the big events that just keep rolling on after that. Jonas, the other thing I guess we should point out here too, mate, is that the next two rounds are sprint rounds. How do you feel about what's coming up? The Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit and the Hockenheim Ring. And I guess I should ask you, whilst we throw the floor open to you, is you mentioned that Fuji's not one of your favourites, but what are some of your favourite racetracks outside of Japan?
I absolutely love Adelaide. When it came out, it was a bit iffy with the street track and everything. I love driving it. I'm a little reserved regarding how that's going to go next week. You know how it is with turn 1 and also towards the end. It's very easy for a car or two to hit a wall and block the entire track. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. But as for the track itself, I love it.
All right, very nicely done. Where are the goalposts as this season continues on, mate? I mean, we know how stacked the Pro, what is going to soon be referred to as the Platinum split of GT3 racing, is at the moment. It's a hugely competitive field. To be knocking on the door of the top 10, you must be pleased with the progress so far. But no doubt the hope would be to break into the top 10 at some point as the rest of the season goes on.
Yeah, so I've started practicing a little less. The beginning of the year was really heavy, especially with new tracks. I'm kind of at the point now where we're returning to some tracks that I already know, so I can take everything a little more relaxed. So I'd say anything midfield in the Pro or Platinum, I'm really happy with, especially the current season where we have some really fast guys coming in now.
Harrison Denbrinker just confirming that he's still got to learn the streets of Adelaide for next week. And then Jordan Pianazola just celebrating the fact that there is another person that loves that part of the world that we're going to next week. Very nicely done. Hey, outside of GT3 and Formula R-3.5, where else are you going to pop up and have a steer this week? Noting that, of course, the Fuji International Speedway was the stop for the Porsches last week. And that was the reason that jogged my memory to ask you that question. Where else are you going to pop up and have a steer as week 3 rolls on, please?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit mixed on the Porsche Cup. I've done a couple last season, and I also think I've done one this season. I might start racing that regularly. And the guys over at Wild Ride there kind of encouraged me to try on the IndyCar now that I've found a love for the Renault.
Yes, IndyCar Barber Friday night. You won't be disappointed. That'll be well worth the price of admission. I reckon Angus is just bumping his disconnect button every time he takes a bite of food at the moment. So when he's ready to jump back into the booth, he can let me know and I'll drag him back in. He's sitting in our waiting room at the moment. We'll get to him. David Kirby putting it very mildly that there are some lefts and rights and some walls, and Thorn Weggett also confirming that he too has to learn the streets of Adelaide between now and next Monday night. And bad luck to you too, by the way, mate. That top 10 was sitting there for the taking, and it slipped through the cracks at the very end. You've been very good with your time, mate. Appreciate you stopping by for a chat. Please do so more often. Hopefully the results are there in the coming weeks. But well done on the drive through the field tonight in the Formula Renault 3.5, and well done on the 13th in GT3 Pro. And I'm glad that we had you able to pass on some context there for us, because we're flying a little bit blind with regards to that server, because we were covering the AM split as well, mate. So appreciate that. Who would you like to thank before we let you go, please?
I only think there's two guys. There's you guys, the broadcasters, the GSRC. It's a wonderful thing to have an organization like this where we can all meet up and have fun. And of course, my new team with Wild Ride Motorsports. They're lovely guys.
They're very good people, and they're a team that's slowly on the up on the platforms of the GSRC. A, popping up more regularly, and B, slowly but surely bagging the results that warrant everybody to stand up and pay attention to. That start of the season for Harrison Den Brinker, most notably a part of all of that. Hey, well done, mate. Terrific performance. And very well spoken as well for a first timer into the booth. With that sort of ability to just come in here and talk from the outset and not mince your words and not miss your words, like I sometimes have a habit of doing. There are people that have been in here for 6 years that can't speak as articulately as that, so that was very well done. And it's great to be able to confirm that the Japanese flag next to your name is legit, because we love the fact that we're growing on an international scale on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We go just about to every continent at the moment. You and Richard Mitchum up there in Asia. We've got, of course, a couple of the guys over in South Africa now. We've got the Kiwis, we've got the Aussies, and we've got the United States covered through Sean Benici and a couple of others as well. We're going global, and we're very, very happy about that. All the best with everything else that's on throughout the course of this week, mate, and hopefully we'll see you on Friday night.
Hope so.
Very nicely done. Geez, he was well spoken. I love that. For a first timer in here. No microphone shyness there from Jonas. Very good stuff. Let's push forward here. I promised Jordan Pianozola and Michael Angus. Hello, gentlemen. Nice to have you in the house. Jordan, you're a regular here now. I mean, if you're not co-commentating or playing lead for me when I've got to go and do other things, that also involve broadcasting. I very rarely take a night off if it's not a conflicting work commitment, ladies and gentlemen, or if I'm crook. So you're no stranger to the commentary box, but also a very nice result. And Michael Angus, geez, it's nice to have you back on the platforms of the GSRC as well. And I don't know if it was orchestrated this way, but around about the same time, Kirby was reaching out to me with regards to some information about the new season and where things were at and jumping into GT3. You were sliding into the inbox at the same time. So either it was planned or it was just something that happened authentically at the Fishy Motorsport end of town. But it's nice to have you guys out there and plying your trade in something that isn't a supercar. How are you finding GT3 land?
Having him, mate, and I had to jump in because I couldn't let Kirby take all of the credit for his own victory.
Correct.
He's only going that fast because he doesn't want to lose to me. So I want to take 100% credit for his pace. And no, to be
that got him back
in. I was going to say he woke up very quickly then, didn't he?
Correct.
No, to be back in the GSRC and running around with some familiar faces and jumping into a new car after I took 12 months off last year after sort of travelling with the real world racing, and then managed to find some time now to go racing again. So it's been good getting back in with the boys.
And happy to come back to the sim world after you realised just how time-consuming the real world can be as well. It's interesting though, right? Excuse me, because when we talk about having some time off, so what are the things you've noticed? And I didn't get a chance to talk to Kirby about this, but we will at another point in time, because I don't want to have Adam Lavis here at 11:30 like I did last Monday night, but there's still a chance that might happen. The reality, we love a chat post-race, folks. The chin wag that goes on here, fair income. We wonder why the broadcast blew out. I often just say to people, I get paid to talk. That's it. There's no other explanation. But the interesting thing is that you will have noticed a fair bit of change around the place, not just within the GSRC, but also within regards to, and that's with regards to people that have come and gone. There'd be names that you remember from when you were previously here. There'd be a lot of names that are new to you as they are new to us. Obviously, changes within iRacing as well. So what have you noticed? How big have the changes been? And how long did it take you to shake off the dust and rust and cobwebs?
Good question, actually. I mean, probably the big thing you notice is just the competitiveness across the splits. You know, there used to be, I would say, probably a bigger gap between the pro split, pro-am, and then down to am in terms of lap time. But I reckon there's 15, 20 guys in pro-am that would quite easily slip into pro and, give them a run for their money. So I'd say, just consistently across the board, lap time is probably the biggest change, and then the new time model as well. The GT definitely feels a bit different right from the last time that Kirby and I were in the car. It's probably been 2 years since we've GT raced, so just to see the evolution of the cars and options that are now available and trying different cars, it's just grown, which is nice.
And that's the one thing we often regularly comment on as well, mate, is that competitiveness. You know, either the way in which it's upped or narrowed. I think it's both. You know, the gap between the competitors has narrowed, but also the stakes have been raised. So you've got to bring your A game on a Monday night. Talk us through. So obviously Kirby's gone the Mustang, you've gone the Mustang. Was that because this is the beautiful thing about, as you know, having spent some time in the real world there, you know, very rare do you go into one garage where you got more than one different manufacturer, right? In sim racing, you can. You've seen it in the supercars. You can have teams that are split between, you know, whether their preference is a Chev or whether it is a Ford. In GT3, you got 11 different manufacturers to choose from. So was it an orchestrated, calculated decision for Fishy Motorsport to go behind the wheel of a Ford, or is it just a coincidence that that's where you both landed with regards to what suited you best for the season ahead?
I definitely manipulated that situation completely. Obviously, spending the last year with Penrite Racing and the supercars and getting very familiar with Ford and the brand and everyone associated with it, it was it felt wrong to jump in anything else. So I, even though David is traditionally a Chevy or a Holden fan, I had to just talk him through how superior the Mustang was.
You turned me.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously having a couple of drivers in the same car, sharing setups and tips and tricks, and as Dave mentioned before, did a fair bit of practice this week with the Enduro, so he was very knowledgeable with the car setup changes, which helped bring me up to speed after probably not having the time he had. So it's just, you know, power in numbers when you've got a couple of guys out there running around and tweaking things. It helps to have a couple of heads looking at the data and seeing what we need to do.
I was going to say probably a better way of wording that would have been that he twisted your arm, Curbs, but that's another story.
The wife calls him the bro friend.
Yeah. I have a couple of mates that have that same issue as well. Hey, it's interesting, isn't it? Because
so the kids call me the bad influence.
Yeah. Well, hey, have you ever had fun with a good influence? Isn't it better to be a bad influence?
No comment.
No, correct. Talk to me about how you're finding that, because as you say, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you're talking about the superior car, and I think in GT3 land, the Mustang is superior to the Chev Corvette, or Camaro as it is in GT3. So I think you've steered him in the right direction there. But it's interesting, right? Because for you, having spent so much time in, I'm glad you said it, because I wasn't sure if you wanted it disclosed on the record or not. So you've said it, so it's fair game. You've spent a year in that supercar paddock, but were you feeling the same as Kirby was with regards to your personal sim racing and the fact that it was too much supercar and you wanted to do something else, wanted to try something different?
Yes and no. I think the boys were struggling with the car just generally and enjoying the racing, and funnily enough, obviously working with the supercar team, it was interesting hearing Matt Payne and Kai Allen talk about how they would train and practice for their sim racing, and they were using, I won't name the games or the simulators, they were using non-iRacing simulators to practice their supercar sim racing, which sort of said enough to me. So when the Fishy boys were saying that the sim wasn't quite hitting the mark, and then the real world drivers were saying the same thing, it just made it easier to say, well, let's go and jump in something else and have a bit of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And how have you found that transition into GT3 racing? I mean, obviously, it's yielded a return or an opportunity to come back and race with the GSRC. There's not as much official stuff going on here as what there is in supercars and Porsche land. I mean, the ASRG tried GT3 and they've gone and settled on Porsches for different reasons. It's still got its base, though. It's still got its market, and it's still a very popular format of racing. What have you enjoyed? What haven't you enjoyed about that jump into GT3 world so far?
I think just overall the car is not super difficult to drive. Obviously it's difficult to go fast, but it's not a hard car to drive. So we jumped back in by ripping off the Band-Aid into a couple of 24 hours. So we ran Le Mans and then Spa. That's a good way to get familiar with a car.
If you're going to go all in, you may as well start with the 224s. Yeah. Exactly
right. And I think the good thing about the category of the cars is just that each track there does seem to be a car that has a slight advantage. So even if you are in a car that might not feel super comfortable this round, you may jump into the next round and all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, we've got a bit of pace here. So it is good to see that cars have a little bit of strengths and weaknesses at different venues, and that was probably the other negative on the supercar. Obviously you're all running around with the same machinery, with the same aero, and everything's the same. So the fact that, you know, I struggled with the Mustang here tonight. Obviously Dave made it work and he was very comfortable, but my style of driving with the Mustang didn't suit. But then round one it suited very well. So yeah, it's good. It's just good to have a mix. It's good to see different cars up there, different manufacturers. It's nice not just to have a Mustang Cup or a Ferrari Cup. It's good to see a mix of different cars fighting for it. And as I said, I think because the cars are generally a little bit easier to drive, it makes for good racing, because you're not like in a supercar holding on to the car for 40 or 50 laps waiting for it to kill you. You can actually put your foot down out of the corners and have a good fight.
Indeed you can. Now, you mentioned VIR maybe not necessarily suiting your driving style. What about the streets of Adelaide next week? Somewhere you've seen in the real world, obviously. It's going to be fun. We go sprint racing, which brings with it 2 starts, 2 opportunities for the pack to implode, especially at turn 1, 2 and 3, or up at turn 4 as Formula V did last week. How do you feel about sprint racing, the potential of the invert top 10s having an impact, etc, etc, etc? Should be a good night of racing from a spectator standpoint. How's it going to be from a driver's standpoint?
Big fan of the sprint format, just because my biggest struggle usually with these cars is keeping the tyre going for extended stints. So the fact that sprint race, get in there, bang doors, you don't have to stress about the tyre strat so much. You can sort of just pick it and send it. And then obviously Adelaide, you've got to be centimetre perfect, as one of your idols would have said in the past. So I think it'll make for great racing. I think the track itself lends to aggressive driving, and there's plenty of passing opportunities as well, which it was a tough track tonight to pass, to be honest. That was one of the other struggles, whereas I think Adelaide, you've got plenty of spots to just nose in there and send it.
I was a little bit surprised at that, actually. The fact that, yes, there's some good slipstreaming opportunities, but overtaking opportunities didn't present themselves all too freely. No doubt about that. Outside of the GT3, mate, I know. Obviously, you used to be involved in athletics. That then got turf, so you could go and chase the world of supercars. That then got turf. So outside of your now new reinvented sim racing world schedule, what's keeping Angus busy, please?
To be honest, I did a year with the supercars, and that was all I could handle. It is a tough slog. It is, obviously, as you mentioned, being in athletics 5 years and travelling the world with that was very exciting, and I think slumming it in the motels in Benalla or in the middle of BF nowhere, Northern Territory, it just got to a point where it's time to move forward from that. So you can actually add me to the list of internationals. I'm currently residing out of Thailand in Phuket. So I got some work going on over here, and Kirby twisted my arm to get a sim set up over here while I had some free time, 3 hours behind. So it's very friendly timing for me to jump on the sim at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which is nice. And then heading back over the Christmas to Australia. So just working for myself, which has been a nice change, and hopefully we'll be back in Australia not too long away.
The time difference only works if your work schedule allows it to. So obviously you've got yourself into a setup there where the work day is done by mid-afternoon and you can strap in and buckle up and go, which is good news. It's interesting too, right, because I was going to say, if you're over in this part of the world, one eye on the Commonwealth Games surely from this weekend. I'm not sure if they're broadcasting it into Thailand, are they?
Dodgy box over here, which gives me all the cable channels. So, that's obviously not off the record. But no, it's been very cool. I've obviously stayed in contact with a lot of the athletes that will be representing Australia based on my work with track and field. So I think that we are going to absolutely dominate the Com Games in track and field. I think our guys are ready to explode, and it will be, you can mark my word on this one, you can write the time, date down. I think it'll be the most successful track and field team we have had at the Com Games.
Am I writing that time marker down in Eastern Standard Time, GMT, or Thailand time? 11:02 Eastern.
I'm not starting you on time or on weather.
No,
12 years behind.
Kirby's already done that for us. Very nicely done. I agree with you. Very excited about what our athletes can do. Obviously, we always tear it to shreds in the swimming pool. The athletics, there'll be a lot of eyes on track and field this time round. You can watch all the action from 4:45 Eastern Friday morning on 7 and 7+ with the opening ceremony, although I cannot believe, I was looking through the EPG earlier today, it looks like poor old Western Australia are going to have to wait a while and see it at 4:45 local time, and that is just an absolute disgrace in this day and age. But that's the Seven Network for you. We can't interrupt normal programming and have an extra hour of sunrise going out, albeit on delay, into Western Australia just because. Anyway, that's another story for another day. It's an absolute debacle.
Say it's good to see GT3's evolved, but it's good to see that your soap opera box hasn't changed whatsoever.
No. I'm nothing if not consistent. You should know that. Circuit de la Sarthe, Indianapolis Road Course, Suzuka, Red Bull Ring, and Mount Panorama highlight that back half of the season of Waste Options GT3. The Hockenheim Ring will follow Adelaide. Jonas will be looking forward to Suzuka. I forgot about that. I should have mentioned that whilst he was in here, but that's okay. No, the soapbox remains the same. In fact, it's only getting better, but there's less and less that can go on the record on air because it's a family-friendly slot. So you boys know what I mean when I say that.
I can feel Adam falling asleep as we're talking here. So.
Very fun. No, he's not asleep. Trust me, he's still doing paperwork. I'm sure he's back at the drawing board, getting all these changes to our split names and everything else set up at the moment. He's the busiest boy in the club right now. And I'm just having a look through. It does look as though all the points are ready to rock and roll. So that's good news. We will get to that very shortly. Anything else from you, Michael Angus, or should I move to Jordan before he falls asleep?
To Jordan. Good night at racing and looking forward to next week.
Anyone else to thank?
Catch me if you can, Ty Beef.
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say that Thai beef reference now makes sense, given what Michael has said about being located in that part of the world right now. That makes a lot more sense. I'm more of a honey chicken fried rice sort of person myself, but we don't have any Chinese stops on the tour. Thank you, boys. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Fishy Motorsport, they're in fine form at the moment. There's no doubt about that. It's good to have them back on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And last but certainly not least, hello to you, Jordan Pianazola. An interesting night, let's be perfectly honest, but a good result for you in GT3.
I mean, third place I was really happy with. Obviously, the Audi's not a fan favourite at all.
No.
I think there's me and one or two others in Pro-Am that are running it. So yeah, not used a lot, but it used to be my go-to car. I did the Aston Martin last time, and it was just feeling numb at the end. So I was like, let me get back in the V10 and have that roar behind me.
Did you feel like going and having a look at any of the other manufacturers, or was it just a case of, nah, I can't be what? I'm just going to go with something that I know and something that's comfortable and something that agrees with me and my driving style?
No, I did look at testing other cars. There was the Ford, there was the NSX, and then the Audi. The Ford, I tried it, and I was doing my test laps at Spa. I gave myself, I think, 10 laps in each car, and whatever was quickest is whatever it was. It was just hop in, go for gold, and that's it. Mustang, I couldn't see anything up at Radeon, and then the Acura and the Audi were split by half a tenth, and the Audi was quicker, so I was like, well, that's what I go with.
And I guess some of the other guys base their decision making on, they go back to the drawing board and they really get analytical about it, don't they? Because they're looking at the tracks and the strengths and weaknesses of the cars and where they may prefer and where they may struggle. It's hard to dedicate that sort of time to the task at hand when, as we both know, you and I are often away on weekends commentating karts in the real world.
Correct. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously not really setups out there either in this car anyway, so a lot of people are running Hymos, P1s, or, whatever G&G setups they've got. I'm just running medium or high downforce, whatever the iRacing notes says for that track that just works. I just go with that one. I don't know, a lot of people, like you said, they'll look into the data and all of that. I've never gone into data, neither when I was karting or doing this, but I cared about practice and I cared about qualifying, years ago for 11 years when I was doing my karting. Now I've got a simulator to go have fun. So if I'm slow in practice and I'm slow in quali, whatever, I'll try and figure it out in the race. And that's how I kind of just go about things. Don't stress too much and just get in and try and have some fun. And that's what tonight definitely was with the third place.
Oh, well, I was going to say, the fun factor, that's always first and foremost. But, geez, it's more fun when you bag the result to go with it. That makes it all the more satisfying, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, especially when you climb through the field as well. It's fun, and you see some crazy crashes that kind of happened. I'm not sure if you guys have any replays of the Pro-Am split, but lap 1, one of the drivers up ahead of me, I don't know whether his screen or his wheel turned off or something, but he just decided to go into the wall on the right off the back straight and do a backflip or two coming back on.
Sounds like
landed right. Yeah, that's who it was. Nearly. Yeah, then he landed on top of Dan Piper. That one was a bit crazy, and then a little bit later on, who was it? I wrote it in the GT3 chat up here, but one of the guys in front of me, David Bernays, he lost it and was in a bit of a battle before the S's. Then then Trav as a party got on the right side leading into the S's. I went to the left. We were 3 wide going into it. I was just like, we're going to probably die here, but let's just send it. And I came out on top in front of both of them. So it was a couple of crazy moments, but no, it was like you said, the fun is the main part, and that's what it mostly was.
The interesting thing in all of that is you've mentioned a few names that are very familiar to us, so I will have a look at the updated points in a few moments' time and see where all that sits to give everybody an idea of where their favourite drivers place going into the first sprint round of the season. We'll see Pro-Am, or what will next week be gold, and bronze in broadcast next week for those who are tuning in around Australia. And we'll obviously have all the results from the other splits at the end. I was going to say interesting too, because we're at that point of the season now where we start thinking about, okay, we've got through 3 rounds. Some of us have burnt drop rounds, some of us haven't. Where are the goalposts for you with regards to what's a pass mark, what's a fail mark with regards to a finishing result? Not specifically week in, week out, mate, but more to the point, the end of the 10-week campaign. What are you going to be happy with when we get to the Mount Panorama circuit at the end of the 90 minutes?
I think last season, so I think I just cracked into the 10. I think I was 9th or 8th last season. And I was like, look, if I get pushed up to pro at the start of this season, because I thought, you know, this season I'll give myself a little bit more of a push. If I get into pro, well then I'm buggered. But if I can, you know, be at that pace where I can be at the top of Pro-Am, but, you know, still have those guys to battle against here, I think I might have a chance. And yeah, I've got the points up on my screen here, and yeah, I've moved up a little bit. Which is good, but yeah, going for the rest of it, I think if I went from the 10, let's take it to the 5, and then next season maybe the 3, or from there. But if this one goes a little bit better than that, I mean, I'll take it. You know, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to take those opportunities when they're there to be taken. Just as long as you don't end up getting yourself bumped up in the process and bring all the hard work undone in terms of that title aspiration. It's interesting though, because we look at the schedule and we look at what's coming up. We know you're very fond of next week, no surprise there. As I said, just pack your thermals, it'll be nice and cold. But everyone will be happy about that, because everyone's been moaning and whinging, and you know, what about track tyre temp and track bitumen temp tonight. Jordan, I assume it was the same in your server. We're in the mid-50s track temp wise in our server. How was it for you?
58 degrees.
Ooh,
I could have cooked the eggs on the track. I don't ever think I've seen 58 degrees. I think 58 is the highest I've seen in iRacing. I think I've had 56 before, but not 58. That was that was a rough one. That was so greasy and so slippy out there. In qualifying and practice, going straight out on a cold tyre, that was not fun. That coldness of the tyre and that slickness of the track was just miserable. And then you had about a 3-lap window after that, and then it just went horrible again. So it was just about managing that all throughout the race. I didn't take tyres at all during the race. I asked one of my mates in Discord, do I do it? And he said, nah, so I didn't. And yeah, that was that choice easily done.
I don't doubt that. Now, the other thing as well I want to ask you about is, I guess there's something to be said in that instance, mate, because everyone's talking about just how skatey it was, how slick it was, how much the tyres were begging for some sort of mercy. There's something to be said about driving to the conditions, but it's a fine art, especially when the conditions, I mean, we can talk about finding tracks with perfect conditions, but this is the polar opposite to that deluge that the Porsche drivers had to cop at the Nürburgring a couple of terms ago, isn't it? Like, you go from having everything soaked, sodden and saturated, where aquaplaning's the order of the day, to slipping and sliding because the track's too hot, so it's not, the tyres aren't gripping to it the way you want them to. It's very hard in the middle of the contest when you're just focusing on positions, lap times, getting to the checkered flag. It's very difficult. It's a fine art to juggle it and nurse the car and just drive to the conditions. Seems like a simple premise. It's not.
Oh no, it's never simple. It's hard to find that balance. Like you said, it's a fine art. I mean, with me, it's all down to my karting years. But even I mean, you've heard 100 stories of this before, where a father grabs their 8-year-old kid. Oh, it's raining at the go-kart track. Let's put you out on slicks. Those moments definitely help you. Doesn't matter if you even go into a simulator 12 years later. You can load up a session now with that light rain and go on a slick tyre and just work on your car control. And that little practice there for half an hour, or you spend 6 hours doing it, it'll help you when you're on a 58 degree track and it's slippy underneath you, because then you realise you've got to wind it back that 5-10%, just control yourself and yeah, you just learn everything you got to do. You can control it, and then you can even use that sometimes on you know, going for a dive bomb. I've seen it on the weekend actually for go-karting. There was a kid actually during the week, took it during school holidays, went out, slick tyres on the go-kart track. This weekend, on the last lap, made a dive bomb from 4 kart lengths back, and he pulled it up at the corner. I was absolutely gobsmacked. Those things definitely work. So you can even do that in a simulator, and I would say to people, go do it, you know.
Absolutely. Mad if you don't. I mean,
you're mad if you do as well. Slick tyres on a wet track, come on.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. There were no winners in that scenario, especially the poor bloke, you know, enlisted with the task of retrieving you every time you come unstuck. I mean, obviously that was more of a problem before they had clutch motors and other things. But yeah, I do remember I had enough trouble with wet tyres on a wet track, but I'm pretty sure there was one day where we did the slick experiment and it was as horrendous as you can imagine it was. Way back when I was, oh god, I would have been I would have either just been before 13, before my teenage years, or just after. But yeah, it's a good skill set to have. It's a good training exercise to work your way through for the greater good of your own performance in the long run. I eventually got my head around wet weather racing, and then I decided to just stick to commentary. But anyway, it is what it is. Hey, great result for you to be able to bag the podium. How do you go about securing more of those as the season goes on, noting what the boys have already said about just how stacked these fields are, how tightly bunched everyone is, how competitive it is, how no two tracks are the same, how different tracks suit different manufacturers, all those different factors. Something to be said about driver performance and driver preference and hometown experience for you, though, next week. Is the pressure on to try and back up tonight's result with a double podium in Adelaide?
100%. The pressure's on. I haven't really taken the Audi around there, so I do have to do some practice, but like I also said a bit earlier, practice isn't really one of my things. I rocked up, I think it was with 12 minutes left in the practice session for here. I was 27th in practice out of the 35. I was 13th in qualifying and came up to 3rd. So it just came up to me. I bet if I do want to try and push for something, I'm not sure if Adam wants to at all pull standings up or not. I don't want to potentially say them. I don't want to potentially say them without no one seeing them. But if I am going to...
3, 2, 1. There's Pro, but we'll go to Pro-Am first just so that you can make your point. There we go.
But, okay, so yeah, you can see on the screen now that I'm 4th place. I've moved up 2 spots, so I'm in that 5, like I was saying to you earlier. So with me also saying I don't do a lot of practice, I think if I do want to try and push for it, I probably do need to practice. But then I'm also scared that I'll get bumped up to the pro class if I do. So it's a real catch-22 moment I'm in. Like, I need to flip a coin and just decide.
Correct. Pick a lane and stick to it, I guess. Very nicely done. What's on for the rest of the week for you? We know you'll be avoiding the BMWs like the plague. We may need you in the commentary box in my place again. But where else are we going to pop up? Thursday night, no doubt. Do the double?
Yeah, I'll do the double with Peak Up and Formula V. I'm trying to snag a couple of mates to try and join in and join the GSRC group as well. I keep trying to convince them that Formula V is the best racing. I've actually got to be a little careful at the moment because I've only got 4 safety license points left. But at the same time, I've gone up 9 positions in the standings. I'm into the top 5, so I'm like, damn, I really want to push for this now. But with 4 license points, I'm like, I can't do much because I don't want to get thrown out, you know. So it's one of those things. But I'll still try, you know. I'll try my hardest. I haven't had a podium yet this season, but maybe Donington might have it for me.
If it's any consolation, Jordan, just looking now, you've done your 3 rounds of the season, so you're pretty much locked in for Pro-Am for the season.
Oh, sick. Love that. Thank you for that. I'm going to do practice.
I love it.
That's not a cheeky laugh as well. Look, the Audi, I'm slowly getting more comfortable with it. I've been out of it for a while, but yeah, the more practice I do, the more comfortable I'll get. I've been doing a lot of runs in the Ferrari lately, which you can see on screen, which reminded me of it. But I guess they somewhat handle ish the same. I mean, lightly, but yeah, I just got to get used to the Audi still.
Indeed, and that's a process that'll play out over the next few weeks, mate, and we look forward to following along and seeing how you fare. Good luck with GT3 Gold from next week. Of course, for those of you that missed the announcement earlier, GT3 Platinum, Gold, Silver and Bronze to rebrand what we've known for so long as Pro-Am and Am, and of course in recent weeks the Social Club. So obviously, instead of giving it a very laid-back sort of name approach, as we've done, just in a hurry to allocate 4 splits instead of 3 and accommodate all the new competitors that have joined the fold. Yes, Greg Heaney, his first major move and major winners, president of the GSRC, has instigated a very big seismic shift in terms of the naming that we associate with our GT3 splits on a Monday night. Which will take commentators as well as viewers a little bit of time to wrap their head around, I'm sure. But yes, we'll make sure that there's an explanation out on socials with regards to all of that next week, so you can wrap your head around. A bit like a couple of years ago when in regional parts of Australia there was an affiliation agreement change, and all the Channel 9 network stations moved to Southern Cross 10, and all the Network 10 stations moved to Win Television, and all the numbers, all the 9s became 5s, etc. It was, everyone got confused, and they're like, what's going on here? Nothing's going on. The affiliate is changing, but the content is staying the same. You just have to remember new channel numbers, get them through your head. Same here. We have to just remember some new naming associated with our GT3 offering. Fantastic stuff. Hey, Jordan, thank you as always, mate. Appreciate that. I apologise. My phone was playing silly buggers this morning, and not helped by the fact that I eventually fell asleep as well. So
we can hear it going off.
I know. I got a reminder whilst I was messaging somebody back during the broadcast tonight. It said, Jordan Pianazola sent you a message 16 hours ago. Yeah, I know it was 16 hours ago. I was awake at 6 a.m, stupid me. But you and I are in the same boat, mate. And now that IndyCar's rescheduled for 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, any chance of getting back to a normal sleeping pattern this week has fallen by the wayside. But Nashville will be well worth getting up for at 5 a.m. I'm looking forward to that. And good to catch up with you as always. Full context, full disclosure for everybody tuning in at home. Jordan asked me 3 questions at about 5 minutes to 5 this morning. Who you got, what's the score? And I got 2 out of 3 right. I had Spain and I had in extra time, but I went 2-1, not 1-0. So I had 2 out of 3, which ain't bad for someone that's not a soccer expert.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch a lot of it either, but I personally thought Argentina was going to be walking away with it and taking the trophy home. But I wanted Spain to do it. They've only had obviously the one before. I wanted them to do it. They did do it. My gut was telling me Argentina, but it was a good game. It was a rough one to be if you're an Argentinian fan and a Messi fan. But maybe he'll be back deeper into his 40s. We'll see.
Maybe so. And I mean, that'd be an extraordinary story. If it comes to pass, Portugal, Spain and Morocco, the next hosts of the FIFA World Cup. What's interesting too in all of that is, as we start to wrap up here on the platforms of the GSRC, it silenced all the rubbish with regards to, it's rigged in favour of Argentina this, Argentina that, Messi's fairy car, back-to-back, whatever. That silenced all of that. People were asking me before the tournament, who are you reckoning? I immediately said Spain and Argentina, and that was without doing any real research with regards to the rankings at the time. And football is coming home, but bronze is not what you were chasing in England, but it is still silverware of some description, which you haven't had in the previous visits to the third place playoff before. So the Poms have actually netted their best result at a World Cup in 60 years. But yes, it's just a bronze shade of gold instead of the main prize, which they were all so desperately craving. And eventually football will come home, but it may not be in our lifetime. And hopefully when we get to the next World Cup, gone will be the hydration breaks, gone will be the 5-minute late. The kickoff was 5 minutes late because they were too busy getting through all the American fanfare. As I said on socials, they know how to wank it up, the Americans, and they did so again. Poor old Trumpy couldn't get off the stage, or wouldn't get off the stage.
They can edit him out. Was the best line of the night.
And how about the NFL inspired halftime show? They can keep that for the Super Bowl. Thank you very much. Just play the game. It goes on long enough without extending the breaks. Fair income. And of course we did get extra time. We only saw. Can you believe this? We have 16 and 8 is 24. 4, 2 and 2, that's 30. We had 32 games in the knockout phase of the tournament, and only 9 of them went to any sort of extra time, be that extra time and or penalties. Only 9 of them, which was an extraordinary takeaway from all of that for mine, because I actually look forward to the extra time games. Just more value for money. I'm all for it. Women's World Cup next year, Brazil, go the Matildas. That's all I can say in relation to that. Jordan, enjoy some sleep. I know you'll probably have the alarm set early like me for IndyCar.
Yeah, maybe. Can you tell me why it was postponed?
Deluge rain. Nashville Speedway.
Soft Americans.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see wet weather racing on an oval, but I'm not sure occupational health and safety would have a bar of it. So yes, they originally bumped the start back. They said, it'll be 20 minutes after the FIFA World Cup final wraps up. Essentially, as soon as the presentation's done, Fox will get out of there and get over to Nashville. And then it became a case of, no, we can't start because we've got a sprinkling of rain. They were on the cusp of having the circuit dry and ready to rock and roll. The next band came through and saturated the joint. So they were like, no, okay, we concede. We'll come back tomorrow. So 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's been a while, actually, since an IndyCar race has had to be postponed a day. I know races that have been postponed a few hours and whatever else, but not a day. So this is a new one. Certainly, I think it's the first time, at least in the Stan Sport era, of Australia's affiliation with IndyCar coverage, in which it's been pushed back a whole day. So, no, it'll be good. 3 o'clock Eastern American time, 12 o'clock in the Pacific and the West Coast. Which is 7 a.m. New Zealand, 5 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Western here tomorrow morning, and only just tomorrow morning as well.
Damn, I probably have to do an all-nighter then, but nah, look, they had to do it for safety. It's one of those things I guess you got to do. I mean, on the weekend for the Golden Power Series, I think they cancelled Rochester because of the fog. I'm sure you've seen that online. Yep. There's photos from Tim Francis, his excellent photos once again online. But yeah, I mean, I even had an iRacing 12-hour at Road America on the weekend, and that virtually got red flagged because it was monsoon weather. I've never seen that happen, and everyone ended up getting disqualified from the race. So that was a first. So I'm waiting for YouTube highlights of that.
I was going to say, virtual red flag. Since when did iRacing introduce that? They didn't.
No,
they haven't.
No, they never have.
So literally, you lot are just sitting there, and they've disqualified you because you've been parked in a dangerous location or something stupid.
No, so we did 4 hours of rain running, and then the 5th hour it started getting real bad. So they went safety car for an hour, and then the race control was asking the drivers, what do we want to do? Some were saying keep going, some were saying red flag and stop and then go talk about it elsewhere. They ended up holding us. They said everyone go into pit lane, turn your engines off so you don't blow your engines. About an hour and a half later, iRacing decided to disqualify everyone and close the session, although there were still 7 hours left. So that threw a spanner in the works, and then Majors decided to open up the race again, finish off the last 5 hours, because at that point 2 hours had gone by of discussion, so they decided to finish off the last 5 hours, but they did it as a full dry race. And I'm slightly annoyed because we were leading when the red flag was called out. Me and my teammate were actually 1 and
Yep.
2, 5 seconds a lap quicker than everyone. So we were dominating that one. That was ours, and I think Majors kind of robbed us. But I think they actually are still giving the trophy and all of that to us, so it's not too bad. But
Yeah.
there's definitely learning to happen from that.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't necessarily knock back the idea, and this is just me thinking out loud, but I wouldn't necessarily mind the idea of iRacing going back to the drawing board and having the ability to implement the red flag, but also then give race controllers the capability of being able to say, righto, let's time lapse.
Yeah, it's like speed up the session. Yeah.
Through
Get past
until the end of this
on-screen
rain ban, get through this, then reset. And okay, we're going to remain with the allocated race time, give or take a few minutes, because obviously there's also that transitional phase. But if it's NASCAR and they can red flag a race and restart it at midnight and run it through till 2 a.m. as they did with Atlanta recently, then we need to be able to find ways to integrate that ability to make allowances for weather, because sometimes we've said that tempest weather system, no mate, should be locked in for anyone that has started the season and raced all round, says Thorn Weggett. Yes, that's a bit of a change season on season, term on term on the platforms of the GSRC. Nathan Michael asking if there's any twerks between servers. I think if there will be, Adam Lavis will have those answers within the Discord server in the coming days, so keep an eye out for that. There will be maybe some reallocation going on, but not a hell of a lot compared on what we've seen in the past.
There's a few.
There's some changes that have been made, Adam.
There'll be a couple. It's just that basically everyone has there's one time during the season where people can be moved now. Just and then there's a couple there that are clearly it's a few that are clear they're gonna be moved, and a few that are like right to be moved, and the majority of people are saying where they are.
Very nicely done. Someone's looking forward to points. We'll get there very shortly. But yes, I think, and same goes for crashes as well, because there's no way a safety car would have been called for that Formula V garbage in Adelaide. That would have been a straight red. There's obviously it would require an enormous update to the infrastructure within the software, within the UI, within everything else going forward. In order to give us the ability to do that, and to give us the leverage to facilitate it, be it internally or externally within iRacing's control, within our control, whether you've got an iRacing controlled server or a manually controlled one. I like the idea of reinventing the wheel, but they've obviously got to go about it the right way, because you don't want to implement something and have it F up, and you've got to go back to the drawing board. So, but I'm all for it, because how many times have we seen complete and utter deluges as rain bans pass through, where in the real world they would have definitely called the red flag and parked up and said, righto boys, let's wait this one out. I think there's room in which to grow that whole tempest weather system, and the realism comparisons that are obviously made because that's what they advertise as close to a real world as experience as a lot of our budgets will ever buy is here in sim racing. So in order to give it that real world effect, yes, it's going to require a little bit of an internal TLC update on just the operations side of things. They've got the cars down packed, they've got the tracks down packed, they've got the weather down packed, but then it's about those little race rules, implementations, basically the 101s of the sport that they've got to go back and dot the I's and cross the T's with, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot. I'm also a little bit focused on that, on typing in the chat here with the Miller talking about blue shells for it, as I can see a little bit of work
Wait until you see this on the screen, folks. Wait until you see this on the screen. Adam's hard at work whilst we're on air. I'm all for it. Right, okay. Very nicely done. You'll be here Wednesday night, mate, and I look forward to that. Thank you. Anything else to add?
Not. Can't really think of anything. I think I'm running out of words. My brain's starting to fall apart. But nah, thanks to the 116 boys, everyone at Skidmark Sim Racing as well, and you and Adam as well. You know, for your shows day in, day out, virtually. At this point, nearly. It's not like a week in, week out. It's day in, day out, which is a grind and a half.
Correct.
So we thank you so much for it. But yeah, no, I'll actually, I think tomorrow, Tuesday, you guys have something pretty cool I'm interested in.
We probably do. So stick around and we'll run through that in just a moment. And I must admit too, big thanks to you and the boys for the banter in the broadcast chat Discord thread here, because apparently the fact that I don't come up for air very often has been something that Jordan has had to run with his own commentary exploits. Apparently I'm not too far from the mind when he's out there talking to people. Solo commentary is a very tough gig, especially when you can't come up for air. But yes, apparently I've set the benchmark with regards to not breathing. So
correct.
Whilst we're commentating, so Jordan keeps that in mind. We're talking about Formula V commentary compared to kart commentary compared to other things, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, it's been a funny start to the term. Thorn Wiggett talking about a Mario Kart simulator. We might get to that in a few moments. Marcus is working on some things as we go here. Let's have a look at what's I'm ready for it whenever you are, Adam, but I'm going to run through some championship points in the meantime. We mentioned Wings and Slicks earlier. It's a top of the table tie between Alex Fizikis and Cameron Danson, 8 points back to Luke Brooker. In GT3, where do we want to start? We've already run through the AM split. Let's have a look at Pro. Harrison Dembrinker, have a look at that. 3 from 3 to start the campaign. A clean sweep so far. He leads by 50 over Sam Blacklock. Luke Page, 36 behind Blacklock. Are you kidding me? 86 points already covers the top 3. It's spreading out far too quickly for the sake of it. Ferrari dominating the top 3. Bo Cubis, best result of the season tonight. The best place to the BMWs. He's up there 4th in only 6 points in arrears of Luke Page, 230, 224 for Luke King. Michael Whiting, 212. You heard the Fishy Boys talk about him earlier. So to 212 for Nick Wood. Phil Worley, 211, 198 for Leo Dreyer and Timmy Miles on 193. 129 points covers the top 10. 5 different manufacturers in the 10. 3 Ferraris, 3 McLarens, 2 Fords, a BMW and a Chev. We'll remind you of Pro-Am for the moment because we mentioned the top 3, but we didn't really look beyond that. So Michael Anger's 257, 241 apiece for Daniel Piper and Paul Wood. Jordan Pianozzola's only 5 points away, effectively third because it's a tie for second. 231 for Nathan Michael, 222 for Travis Azzopardi, 222 for Joel Farley. Willie Blair 200, 197 for David Kirby with that win tonight, along with Brad Coates and Sean Benici, just outside the top 10, knocking on the door, 6 points in arrears, and they make up the top 10. So what have we got there? 3 McLarens, 2 Fords, and am I reading that correctly? 3 McLarens, 2 Fords, a Lambo, a Bimmer, an Audi, a Chev and a Ferrari. 7 different manufacturers in the top 10 at the moment in Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am. Am, the race that we covered tonight, Todd Suter on top, 291, leads Alan McDonald 275, Thorn Wiggett 270, Dave Riddell 247 and Scott Smith 241, Liam Amos 231, Stephen Gallacher 219, Neil de Bruin 214, Warren Ibert 195, Mark Foster 177, so too Mitchell Buckman. It's a tie for 10th, so we've got 11 in the 10 at the moment. Smorgasbord of McLarens, 5 of them, 3 Ferraris, and an Aston Martin, a Chev and a Ford, who all ran predominantly in the top half of the field. Tonight, good recovery from Mark Foster, despite the win last week. 0-0 this week with a crash on the opening lap, but he fought back well into 13th spot. And Mitchell Buckman was an on-starter this evening as well. But to the victor goes the spoils. Well done to Todd Suter over Alan McDonald. And in the Social Club Series, which is soon to be renamed Bronze, So all of this will look different next week because all the colours are going to change, ladies and gentlemen. But there it is. Edward Rollo on top, 278 leads Ben Goring, 244 Colin Bennett, 239 just ahead of Martin Pedersen, 238. 228 for Dale Sharp, Martin Davis 223, Luke Wegener 198, 192 for Liam O'Connor, Greg Colgan 190 and Barry Punter 184. 2 Ferraris top and tail of the 10, a Chev, 3 Fords, a Porsche, 2 McLarens and a BMW in that top 10 at the moment. So McLaren, Chev, Ford, Porsche, BMW, that's 5 manufacturers in the top 10. Let me down Ford, McLaren, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Chev, 6 manufacturers in the top 10. I've missed one along the way there. So 6 different manufacturers in the top 10 here at this point in time. Doubles for McLaren and Ferrari, triple for Ford, and a single for everybody else. The Bimmer, the what else did we have there? The Bimmer, the Porsche, the Chev, and the Ferrari. No, the Porsche, Bimmer. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've lost train of thought there. Very nicely done. I'll come back to what's on your screen at the moment in just a sec. I'm still trying to make sure that I've dotted the right I's and crossed the right T's there. The bragging rights, the team bragging rights, you would have seen that. Wild Ride cleaning up at the moment. Jordan Pianazzola, yeah, this is what I mean. I've got to practice. I'm close on points. This is going to be a fun season. Also, thanks for the chat. Yeah. The mates are playing a golf game, so he's gone. I wonder if they're the same mates that we heard from Fishy Motorsport earlier. Everybody's got golf on the mind because we just had the British Open over the course of the weekend, which was a lot of fun. And there's, you're about to see, we had a Mario Kart reference earlier, ladies and gentlemen, so stand by for something from Adam Lavis in relation to that. Wild Ride Motorsport 1 and 2, Alan McDonald, Thornburg at 5:45, Harrison Denbrigger, Jonas Deggan 4:62, 4:54 for Fishy Motorsport, Michael Lingus, David Kirby, Risky Business 4th, Nathan Michael, Sean Benici 4:22, 4:18 for Orbit Drop Bear, Sam Blacklock, Daniel Cheney, and then the best of the Social Club, Ben Goring, Timmy Watson, 4:14 apiece. And just having a look through the 4 splits, the best AM place team is leading on position number 1. Best pro team is 2nd. Best pro-am team is 3rd. Best social club team is 6th at the moment. How about that? Now, I just want to double check for my own peace of mind there more than anything else. Ferrari, McLaren, BMW, Ford, Porsche, Chev. Yeah, 6 different manufacturers in. So a single for, I think I got that part of it wrong. Single for BMW, single for Porsche, single for Chev. So my apologies for the confusion there and all of that. It has been a long night. We've now been here for 4 hours and 20 minutes. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. If you want to get involved in the fun of the fair and be a part of what we do here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, head to race.tgsrci.com. Or better yet, go and show your support for the club by buying some merchandise, getting your hands on some paraphernalia, grabbing something out of the store. Merch.tgsrci.com, gsrcmerch.myshopify.com is where we go for all of the goodies as far as GSRC merch is concerned, and that includes bottle openers, stubby coolers, bucket hats, singlets, shirts, jumpers, you name it, we've got it. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. And the Week 3 action continues for you. We're back with you on Wednesday night, but we've got some Committee's Choice action before that. As Jordan said, it's right up his alley. The Euro NASCAR, 2 heat races there for you live from Mount Panorama, Bathurst tomorrow night. We're not on broadcast for this one, but the server opens at 7 p.m. for those that are taking part. The races are commencing closer to the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Western. 2 heat races, sprint racing around Mount Panorama in the Euro NASCAR, and it'll be interesting to get some feedback and some reviews on that. That is tomorrow night, 7 p.m. is when the server opens. Wednesday night, as I said, Wednesday, Thursday, if you like sprint racing, that's the place to be. That's right up your alley. Well worth the price of admission. Make sure you lock it in the diary and come and join us for the fun of the fair, because it's going to be really entertaining stuff. Firstly, off to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for the merch.tgsrci.com BMW M Sport Cup. That is from 7:30 Eastern. Then we got Andrew Neil in our chat thread right now, which I'll get to in just a moment when we get off air. Nearly producing the goods, always at 11:45 on a Monday night. The Chicago Street Course after that, 2 sprint races there, 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. That's for the Trophy AI Supercar Series. So we stay in the United States all night next Wednesday night for sprint racing across both the entree and the main course. And of course, we've got 1 split of supercars and 1 split only. So we will look forward to bringing you both the Elite and the Dev split as they happen. The BMW M Sport Cup racing has been pretty good too. No guarantee that I'm here just yet. I think that's what the boys are discussing at the moment. But then again, I've got to make sure that the offer's still on the table to go over to Ipswich FC. If not, I'll be here. So don't worry about that too much. But I wanted to tie down this loose end before I went and tied down that one. The Formula V from Donington Park National. Now that is on broadcast 7:30 Eastern Thursday night. Matt Schmidtke and I with you for that one. That is Disruptive Labs Formula V. Races 7, 8, 9 of the campaign, and it's immediately followed by a baton change. Schmidtke out, Neil in. And the GSRC Porsche Cup from upstate New York, Watkins Glen International on the full circuit, the long course this time around, as we were with GT3 a couple of weeks ago. Of course, we were there last week with the supercars, but we were on the NASCAR short shoot. So that's 5 races for the price of 2 on Thursday night motorsport, and the main course starting from 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Friday night, now I got stitched up royally last week because Joe Baldwin messaged Adam Lavis earlier in the afternoon and said, I think we'll be good for the double header tonight. And I'd parked myself in the Discord, not anywhere near acutely aware as to that conversation having transpired. And I just put myself in there in preparedness and readiness for jumping in. Lucky I wasn't eating dinner or anything at the time. And I get a message from Joe because I've got the alarm set for 8:25 to jump in for an 8:30 on air, unmute myself, etc. And I get a message, we're about to go live. And it's a very good thing I was pretty much ready to go anyway. And I dropped everything and jumped straight in at 2 minutes notice for the GT1 Civil War from Brands Hatch, which this week moves to Donington Park. It'll be a 40-minute race now if truck is available, and we've got the capacity to do it. We will go live at 7:30 Eastern for that. If not, we're with you at 8:30 to bring you the results from that, to spin the wheel for Mountain Men, and of course bring you the 3rd round of the Disruptive Labs GSRC Road to Indy Series live from Barber Motorsport Park in Birmingham, Alabama. 48 laps the journey there, 8:45 Eastern. Hope you can join us for that. Fireworks last week in Nashville. Hopefully the real world equivalent's just as good tomorrow morning. You won't be disappointed if you come and join us for IndyCar on Friday night. Next week, week 4, the last one of July, it gets underway on Monday night, and it will be from the Red Bull Ring for the Wings and Slicks. A full night of sprint racing here as well. Sprint racing, Red Bull Ring, first up for Formula Renault 3.5. And then as Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport continues, going into the main course, it'll be Waste Options GT3 from the Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit. Now, as we've already detailed, that will look a little bit different next week. It won't be SC into Pro-Am, it'll be Bronze into Gold, with the results from Silver and Platinum to follow. The Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit Race 1 from the Bronze tier, and Race 2 rather, from the 2nd tier, which is Gold, from next week. So that'll all look different for you. The racing will be the same, the splits will be the same, but how we present them will look a little bit different next Monday night, right here, live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. So Adam Lavis has got another very busy week ahead of him. No doubt he's been able to do some work behind the scenes tonight for us as we've been wrapping this one up, and looking forward to Adelaide next week as well. Thank you to you, mate. A busy season, only gets busier, of course, and our biggest significant change in terms of the presentation in GT3 in 6 years happens next week, and again another sign of the growth of the club, which is only a good thing going forward. But looking forward to that, and if the racing's as good as what it's been thus far already across the 2 splits that we've seen in broadcast already this season, I don't think anyone's going to complain about a couple of name changes here and there.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully it should be alright. I just play with the graphics, to change all the logos and trying to think of a way to sort of maybe keep the old colour as a text, maybe, if it works in some of them, but just to sort of keep that link there. But we'll see how we go. Obviously, with, using a name color for the name, you can't really have gold split and keep it red. Doesn't make sense. So we'll see what we can do for the presentation for next week.
Indeed. Yes, I'm looking forward very much to seeing what you come up with there, with a view to how we promote it on socials as well. I'm going to have to get some colour coordinates off you, some hex colours with regards to gold, silver and bronze, but we'll worry about that over the course of the weekend. Thanks for your efforts tonight, mate. Appreciate that. Good luck with your racing for the rest of the week. On behalf of Adam Lavis and all the crew here, what a night we've had, hey? Started out with, of course, Johnny Bannock carving it up at Monza in the waste options Formula Renault 3.5. Then, of course, we went to the Virginia International Raceway, where we saw some terrific racing in the AM split. A good win to Todd Suter in the end. He takes the championship lead to go with that. And, of course, Harrison Dembrinker, we've found out later, is still undefeated in waste options GT3 Pro. Well done to Spain. Second world championship for them on the back of their 2010 triumph. They've only ever been to 2 World Cup finals. They're 2 from 2. Well done to them. And, of course, well done to SVG on the performance he put in North Wilkesboro today for the NASCAR Cup Series race. They were able to get that one away. IndyCar coming up in about 5 hours and 10 minutes time, so a small nap for some of us before we get up to watch that. It's on Stan Sport here in Australia, on Sky Sport in New Zealand for those of you watching from across the ditch at 10 to 2 a.m. And of course, well done, we mentioned it earlier, the British Open, a magnificent performance from Fox to get the job done there for the Kiwis. So they've got something to celebrate. Ryan Fox being the New Zealand-based golfer that has won the British Open in the last 24 hours as well. It's been an enormous weekend of sport. The big sporting events keep rolling on. We'll keep you entertained with the GSRC action Wednesday and Thursday night, and then all eyes on Glasgow again. Europe, the epicentre, Great Britain, the epicentre of the world at the moment, because they've had Wimbledon, the Open, we've had the World Cup through America. Now, of course, we're going to get ready for the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. We've had the British Open golf. It's just a great time to be a sports fan. I've said that already this term. On behalf of Adam Lavis and all the crew here, I'm Zach Caban. We look forward to your company on Wednesday night for the continuation of Week 3. Some of us will be here, some of us won't. I'll be back definitely on Thursday night. That's I can assure you. And we look forward to your company for that and more on the platforms of the GSRC. Hope you enjoyed Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport from VIR and Monza. Sprint racing next Monday night. Sprint racing Wednesday and Thursday night as well. What a way to bring the curtain down on the early part of Term 3 and the first month of the new financial year in the second half of the calendar year. July racing on by. We're not done yet, but we get into mega sprint mode from Wednesday night onwards. From all the crew here, enjoy the remaining 7 minutes of your evening and then have a great morning. We'll see you on Wednesday. Until then, bye for now.